last week, after wrapping up business with the hag incident, you decided to take on the other job on the job board that you pulled down, which was dealing with a haunted mansion. You went back to the Hobbled Night, and you sort of spent some downtime talking and kind of just trying to make sense of all the terrible thing that you had witnessed, and just comfort one another. And then you went to the mansion, and you did some investigating, and you found some weird signs inside. You couldn't no amount of magic, detect good and evil or anything you didn't pick up any signs of any kind of a haunting, no ghosts, specters, or anything inside Madame Ruberg's old mansion. But there were signs of struggle and people moving through the building. You saw some blood and some tracks, and following those led you to a variety of different rooms. And from that point, you basically just found yourselves in real bad spots.
I guess, yeah.
The little supposedly clever kenku wanted to go and push a trunk out of the way to get to a hidden compartment in the attic. And then the cleric was like, "Oh, that's dripping blood. Let's pull that down and see what happens."
It's a door. It's a harmless door.
It's a harmless door.
What we thought.
So you found yourselves split into two separate groups in two different places.
Good, perfect.
Yes, perfect. And you're basically face to face with mimics.
Yes.
At this point. So that's where we will pick up as soon as I find the right stuff here.
For the record, the kenku is clever as a kenku can be.
So he's stuck to a chest. People in chat. And you should understand that he's
but
like
he's not alone.
suction cupped at full force.
Fine.
What causes that? It's a mimic ability, right?
Yeah, it's mimic bullshit.
Mimic bullshit. I agree.
Sticky.
Yeah,
That's literally what it says in the stat block. Is
Mimic bullshit. And then it gives you a
That's
list.
the name of the ability.
and I'm up there with Bree, and everyone else is downstairs.
And then our paladin decided to follow a light
That's not paladin.
Paladin. You fool.
I know.
You fool.
You fool. You're both holy and stupid.
Yeah,
I mean,
last week too.
Whoa.
Yes.
We're both holy and stupidly gorgeous.
One of you has fangs and a dragon face.
Golden
That's true.
scales.
Some people are into that. Okay.
Yeah, no.
And
But-
bright shining
yeah.
armor that will save you.
I mean, I don't need saving. I'm solid.
All right, no heals for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I only need my inventions.
If
Which
you want to
work
come upstairs,
finally.
we'll take them.
Got it.
I'm just saying, I have...
As soon as I'm done smiting the shit out of this heathen.
So the very last thing that happened is he got stuck to the chest, and Omek got stuck in the
Room closet.
closet of some sort.
There was
And we're just right outside, just staring at this happening.
We're
Right?
watching this happen right now.
Absolutely.
because the door's open, we see him, and he pulls the tab, and then...
Yeah,
what-
turned
what-
into a
yeah.
tongue.
Oh.
That's what I thought I saw. I wanted to double check. I was like, we're seeing this tongue just like...
Just like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Woo.
Then I am going to try to charge forward and sever that tongue.
No.
How?
I'm just going to run straight into the room, draw my sword, and slash across above his hand so that he's not stuck to it anymore.
What kind of weapon are you using? A longsword?
A long sword.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Then
There's not enough room for you to do it. It's a broom closet.
It's like
And he's
closet
occupying-
is
That's fair.
dragon.
That's totally
Yeah,
fair.
the closet's about as wide as he is.
Yeah.
So do you have a backup weapon? A dagger or something?
My faith.
Oh
I will
my
run in
God. I thought
there
your faith was
and
your
wrap
shield.
my
I'll give
arms.
mixed signals.
Hey,
I'm gonna pull out a dagger.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. It's a hatchet. I don't have daggers with a hatchet. Pull out a hatchet. And offer it to the paladin.
I shove him out of the way and I run over there and start pulling on Omek.
Oh my god.
All right, make a strength check.
You tried, Conrad.
That is a 12.
There's a 12? Okay, so, I mean, you start pulling on him, and you yank, and,
door.
and the tongue, like, comes with him, and it's, like, stretching as you're trying to pull him out. And
Like taffy.
The inside is starting to kind of warp. The closet on the inside is like shifting and changing into a wider mouth.
Closet was the mimic.
Has he pulled him out of the closet yet?
Sort of. He's like quarter of the way out.
Can I
of the
step
closet.
in and kind of go for the tongue with the hatchet?
No.
Okay.
There's tiny room. There's 2 people in front of you.
Oh yeah, I just fire breath that shit.
Wait, what?
Oh, what?
Oh, he's in front of all of us, so yeah. No,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
no,
standing
no.
in the.
You're gonna. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Talk about a bad
That's
day
a
for a
spicy
mimic.
meatball.
It's a spicy dragonborn.
Spicy Dragonborn.
Yeah.
It's a spicy dragon.
I like it.
Oh!
It's good stuff. All right, roll your damage for your attack.
Sweet. It's hard to miss a house.
That's what he.
Oh, gotta do better.
Damn,
bro. Shut up. What's that save? That's 2 1s again and a 4.
Seriously?
What?
6 damage.
You rolled 2 1s on nat 20s.
Isn't there like a
Or
save
on
involved?
d20s.
No, I didn't. No, there's a dex save, but it's a house. It can't be that fucking.
You know,
House moves.
Yeah, does
I would love to see the house just go.
And he's just like. I mean, we're kind of. It's not we haven't rolled initiative, so it's not like a combat combat. So
It has disadvantage because it's such a large object.
all right. Well, 13 on that dex.
So that's a pass.
Oh.
So as you go to use your breath weapon, the paladin yanks you and pulls you. You look to the side. You just hit the entire house. And what's your weapon damage? Is it fire for Gold Dragonborn?
Yeah.
Is it fire?
It's fire. It's a cone fire.
Yeah. So the house catches on fire. So now the house is burning down. It hits the old drapes and hits the ceiling and just
Fuck yes.
torches the room.
I
The
see this as
minute
a
that
victory.
happens, make a perception check.
I need that.
You're down there.
I'm down there.
Okay, make perception checks, the both of you.
Yes, sir.
Oh no.
16.
16?
It's going horribly
15.
wrong.
15? Okay. So
Perception.
the bed shifts and moves, and a mouth comes out, and it starts trying to grab onto you
It's time
and pull you in. You barely jump back and see it, and it's like tongue just slimes out, and it's starting to throw like saliva all over the place. Then the
I'm Dexy, I can get out. I'm just jump out
the
the
desk or
Desk.
the desk turns into a mimic as well and starts trying to grab onto you.
I just want to drop the hatchet and just kind of. Actually, no, I'm just going to shield bash it away. Yeah.
Okay.
If he's diving, I don't want
Are you?
No, that was your perception check to get out of the way.
Okay, so I'm out of the way. Okay.
Yeah. If you had failed, it would have just grabbed you and you wouldn't have gotten any save. So
Here.
upstairs, you see it. The tongue grabs him and it's actually pulling him in, trying to pull him in already. He's so small. It takes no effort for this mimic to just start yanking him in. So you have the split moment where it shifts and grabs him. What do you do?
As my bonus action, I want to use Slayer's Prey
Okay.
on it, and then I will shoot at it a couple times with my crossbow.
Okay.
Be like, let go of him, and I'll start shooting at it.
The mimic is unresponsive to your call.
That's shocking.
Not surprising.
Shocking.
All right, let's see. First one is 21 to hit.
Oh, that's definitely a hit.
All right, and that will be 13 points of piercing damage on that one.
13. Okay.
And then the second one is a 25 to hit
Yeah, that hits.
for 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna kind of look around the room to see if I can see anything else coming to life. I might have to wait for my next turn to do that.
Okay.
But
So you hear the 2 arrows and they strike into the mimic, and it kind of shifts, and you feel the tongue loosen a little bit, but it starts to go back into grabbing you, and it just opens up. The entire trunk is just changed into this like deformed monstrosity now, rows of razor sharp, like shark-like teeth on the inside, and just this disgusting pink and like purplish like just tube that you're gonna be pulled into.
I try and rip my hands free and place my
feet like by where the mouth is to try and like get myself away from the mouth and trying to pry myself off it.
Okay.
So your hands looking unstuck within your
All right.
feet or
So
something.
I need a DC 13 grapple check with disadvantage.
A grapple check.
Yep.
So you can
Yeah,
choose
and I-
dexterity or
Can I use my acrobatics as
It's one or the other.
Alright.
Either athletics or acrobatics. But it's disadvantage.
that's not bad.
13. Pretty good roll.
Yeah, not bad.
18. So you break it.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah. So you pull yourself away. The fact that she hit it with 2 crossbows just distracted it enough for you to be able to peel yourself away from it. You jump back and like get away immediately from this creature, and it kind of just sits in the corner and starts like trying to like move, but it can't really get anywhere.
I turn to her and in the old hag's voice, and I say, "We should kill them."
Oh, that's wonderful.
I couldn't agree with you more, little buddy, and I'm gonna start shooting at it again once it's my turn.
I started blasting.
You just started blasting.
The fact that you keep making finger guns is what
I don't know how else to.
You're just like,
I'm
down, like,
wielding hand crossbows. I don't know.
You
how
gotta
to
gesticulate it, but yeah, you're just frank.
Great.
started blasting.
Which is unfortunate,
Oh.
but what can you do?
There are better role models.
So downstairs, there's the mimics start to shift, and you actually start to hear like these creaking and movements in other parts of the house.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
So, what do you do?
I'm gonna keep pulling on Omek.
Yeah, so
We need to leave.
I'm gonna try and yank myself out of this.
Okay, DC 13 with disadvantage.
So we probably can't tell from upstairs that the house is on fire yet.
No, probably not.
It'll
yet.
take a little while.
Not yet.
They'll smell it.
Make a smell check. Smoke.
Gotta be smoke.
Athletics. Okay. Hey, 14. I made
14. Nice. All right. Yeah. So you pull your, with the help of the paladin, you manage to wrench yourself free of the elastic and sticky tongue.
it. Scoop up my spear off the ground, and I guess that's all I got for now.
Nice.
Yeah, the mimics in the distance.
Somebody cast the alarm spell.
That's definitely the state of what's happening right now. It's the alarm spell.
Yeah. It's good background music. It makes sense.
All right, we're free.
Alert.
Yes. So does anybody else?
Oh,
Yeah.
I speak up. We need to get out of here. This whole bloody house is mimics.
Where are the other 2 at?
Shit out of my nightmares. I think they went upstairs.
Great!
Yeah. So you hear the gnome yell at you. It's,
Every time.
As I call back, I'm a harmless kenku. I mean you no harm. I just want to help.
We need to get them out if they don't come down on their own before this place burns down.
I speak up louder. The house is on fire. We need to get out.
All right. That bed one is probably between us and the door, the exit.
No, not between you and the door, but it's right alongside the entrance into the room.
It's close enough that I could lunge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I banished that fucking thing.
You tried.
Well, I tried to
You
banish it.
tried to
You
banish it.
tried.
Charisma 16.
What's the banish spell requires components?
Let's see.
Something that finds repulsive.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, and distasteful to the target. You're right.
Some like true happiness.
Yeah.
True.
Like true happiness.
Yeah.
I do have the
Inanimate
light sensor.
objects?
I don't know.
Some that taste bad.
How about just the fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire would probably work.
Most creatures do fear fire, sure. So yeah, I take the spear. I kind of, you said some drapes are on
Yeah.
fire. I just like scoop the drapes and wrap it around the spear's tip, and then just.
All right. So what's the save?
It's a 16 charisma.
Mimics are not very charismatic.
I imagine not.
That is shocking. Is that
Shocking.
in Beyond the Stat Walk that the,
But that-
the
but that's
mimics
a
are not charismatic?
Your mother, Andy.
That's a 19.
God damn it!
Would it have a high charisma stat because it's
That's a 4th level spell slot. I want you to know.
This mimic is charismatic as hell. It's because the bed's so damn comfy.
No, I'm not accepting that. It's just not afraid of fire.
Yeah, it's just not afraid of fire.
It's like
Alright,
one of those
so, yeah.
sleep number mattresses.
I thrust with the spear and it's burning, but like I didn't go for like a killing thrust, so it kind of just digs off the wood off of the bed and like and flick the spear to get rid of the burning rag on the end so it doesn't ruin my sensor, and then I'm gonna start going for the door.
Alright.
Fuck this.
And so Omac's like, so you watch him like struggle to banish this thing as the mimic just gives no fucks, and he's just like makes his way to the door and just steps out through it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I fling it open and I gesture towards you all. Just,
Conrad, can you get them out if I go upstairs?
Yeah, I can take him out.
So Erie's going to actually run out the front door as long as nothing stops me from getting outside.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So when she gets outside, she reaches into her leather pouch, pulls out a really thick gray glove you guys haven't seen before, and makes some like adjustments to it because it has some kind of a mechanic on it. And she is going to cast Spider Climb.
Okay.
And activate the glove, and she's going to try and go up the side of the house on the outside and find a window near the top. And she's going to be screaming, "Scrape!" the entire time, trying to get your guys' attention.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you get outside, you cast the spell, and you start climbing up the side. You already know where most of the windows are. They're in the attic. There's no windows there. So yeah. So you find the first window you can. You start yelling through it. Yeah. So you both hear that. So the mimic upstairs with you, like, starts suddenly like moving towards you, like sliding across the floor, and it lunges out to try to grab the kenku again, and just like the tongue just comes straight out, and it just like shifts into this, just widens even further on its teeth. It's trying to eat them whole in like one bite, and just reaches out to grab you. So it's gonna attempt to grapple you.
Oh no!
It's gonna be a 14.
Oh jeez. Do I have disadvantage on this, or? And I have to use athletics. It's only when I escape, right? Or is it every time?
You can always choose
I can always
what you want to use.
So
Athletics has to be used if you are the grappler.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
So, is it with disadvantage or?
No, it's flat.
Oh. 14.
14. That matches. Yeah. So you escape.
Barely.
Just barely.
Like he scraped.
You're distracted by Eerie trying to call to you, so you're looking away, and you turn just in time to see this thing like clamp down. Its teeth like overlap one another in a giant like overbite. Just blam, and it's like saliva just spits out onto the ground near you. You just jump backwards, get out of the way.
So I would have heard him yell out, "Hey, the house is on fire!"
Yep. Yeah. You
So, well, that's convincing enough for me, and I'm gonna shoot at the mimic one more time.
Okay.
So that's a lot. 30 to hit.
That's a hit.
It's not enough.
For 14 points of damage.
All right.
And then I'm gonna grab Scrape's arm and start running down the stairs.
All right.
Oh, I resist because I want to run towards the window.
The window isn't in this room.
one.
Oh, there
Yeah,
isn't one. Oh, so I run towards the sound.
What sound?
If it was coming from down the stairs, you said we could hear it from outside.
Yeah.
So if it's coming from like kind of down the stairs-ish, I'll follow down the stairs.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Oh, I can do that with my perception of a natural what, which is 11.
You have no idea where she's calling you out from.
Boom.
The house at this point is kind of catching a blaze, so now the sound of the fire, like pulling up and like breaking boards and stuff downstairs, is just, you can't figure out where her voice came from.
Oh, that secret compartment. Ah!
You'll
Oh,
never
it's
know.
gonna kill me. I need to know what's in it.
It's just meant to lure you into the mimic, alright?
The secret compartment is.
Ash.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you. The first mimic is an asshole and sat in front of the other mimic.
No, go there. It's for the theirs. Okay, I go with you.
Alright, so that just leaves you two
Yeah.
basically need to make your way out of the building.
Seeing that, I dash out of of the room as long as nothing's gonna try to grab me, and I'm gonna go down the stairs and get out because we're on the second story, right?
No.
No room.
Oh yeah, because we went down. Yeah, so I run out and go to the front door and throw the doors open.
Well, they're already open here. You went out there.
Yeah,
I'm
right behind us.
Oh yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, just get out of there.
I'm gonna run out into the main room where I can see the stairs and look up and see if I can find them. I just want to make sure they get out of the house first.
Then I would have gone to the highest window and be waiting for him, like.
Which would have been the third story. Yep.
Cool.
All right. Yeah. So you see Conrad dash through the front door, screaming the whole way, and then
This is my nightmare.
Not again! Not again! Not again!
Just a moment later, you see Bree and Scrape hit the bottom stairs, and they come down to the ground floor and start heading out towards the front.
Do we want to light it more on fire?
Yeah, we're gonna get outside.
Yeah.
As soon as I see him come out, I'll climb back down, which will be super fast.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we found the problem at least. It seems that there was mimics. A whole house of mimics.
Oh yeah. We saw.
Make your way around. Make sure that all the doors are covered.
I agree.
Yeah,
Surround the place and
I'll
burn it
start
down.
looking at the windows upstairs, making sure nothing's gonna try to like jump out. And if it does, we know it's coming.
Yeah.
Make sure they burn.
I'll plant my shield in the front of the front door and just wait. I ain't moving.
As soon as Eerie gets back down, she'll kind of take up a sniper position behind you and just aim her crossbow at the door and wait.
Paladin,
So
you're with me. Me and him start going around the side of the house, see if there's backside door or anything like that.
you don't see any kind of backside door or exit other than the front door.
Great. Well, I guess we do perimeter. Yeah.
All right.
That's what I was looking for. Back in the second entrance.
Do we need more fire?
Yeah, how is it? Is it starting to catch and
Oh, it's
spread?
catching and spreading. Yeah.
Okay. So, quick question while it catches and spreads. What's the area around this mansion look like? Is it going to jump to a whole bunch of trees and burn the town down? Like,
It'll probably jump to the buildings next to it and burn the town down at this point.
That's kind of what I was wondering.
The town is super. The town
so
is
casual.
built, it's built super dense, and the sidewalks that are connected to it are made out of wood as well that connect to the other buildings.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, the building is starting to catch a blaze. There is a small chance that it doesn't leap to a building next to it, and people have already started to take notice. And now you hear bells beginning to
Fire
ring,
bells.
and people are starting to show up in the street. And a couple of guards show up, and they start yelling to start fetching water from the lake, and to help put it out.
As people show up with pails, I'm gonna be telling them, "Let this one burn. Keep the other houses from catching."
Make a persuasion check. Everybody's panicking because this is a major fire now at this point. It's starting to catch. The entire first through second floor is starting to catch, and you can see the fire on the inside has completely consumed the ground floor. You do hear some screaming and screeching coming from inside the building. And some of the people in the street oh my god, are there people inside? I thought the house was abandoned.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for him to finish. I'll speak up as I hear that.
Uh-huh.
No, there's beasts inside. You need to let it burn like the cleric says.
Make your check.
Okay. With the help or just a regular check?
You can do it with advantage, it's fine.
Okay.
Good job.
I was going for that. I was like, maybe this will help him a little bit.
Cheating off your homework.
I like how my voice is getting more gruff naturally, rather than just the first initial gruff.
A 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
It feels better.
So they look.
They're warming up.
They don't look 100% like they agree with what's happening, but they start everybody starts just general chatting amongst themselves as they start beginning to form the line to
Listen to the
put him
beasts
out.
outside.
And they're like, well, what should we do then? You cast magic, right? So
Should we start using the pails and water around the vicinity of the main building? Try to dampen and keep it moist so the fire's less likely to spread.
We need to get as much as we can.
Find ladders, get people on the roof, start pouring water down the sides of the neighboring buildings. From the top down.
Alright, so and in a hurry, people start basically listening to you, and they start getting up on the sidewalks and winching water up with like ropes, just improvised rope winches, and getting up there and throwing it on the buildings next door.
Okay. Erie's going to talk to one of the guards or try to yell out some orders, and she's going to try and get a couple pails and attach a spinning kind of silvery disc to them, and she's going to keep catapult at the ready, and if I see the flames jump or try to spread, I'm going to use catapult to fling a bucket of water onto it.
Okay. Good. Cool. Alright, so how long do you guys want to start fight? How long do you guys want to spend fighting this fire?
Until it's out.
All bloody night.
Yeah,
All night?
I mean, I'm
as long as it takes, I want to make sure none of those mimics.
Yeah, I'm just standing ready
Yeah,
on
run
the
for it.
perimeter, making
I'm
sure
gonna-
the mimics escape.
I'm gonna start helping with
So,
water.
not all. How many of you are actually going to fight the fire?
I'm gonna fight the fire.
I'm fighting the fire.
I don't
I'm
really
more like
have a way to,
organized.
so I'm gonna keep watching the windows to make sure none of the mimics get out.
I'm more like organizing the volunteers. Yeah, the townspeople.
Yeah, Erie's thrown off her overcoat. She's doing everything she can to throw the buckets, and I'm going to use everything to fight the fire.
Okay. Alright. So, we're going to fight it. Alright, so, at about 10 hours into your night, you have to make your first exhaustion check.
Okay.
So, I need a DC 11 save from everybody.
Con save or?
Con.
Con
No.
save? DC
Go ahead.
11 con save.
Yep.
Hey, pretty boy. Real tough.
Pass.
You're real good at stuff.
Okay. Everybody who fails takes first one level of exhaustion.
14.
All right, I got it.
Okay. Alright.
I'm exhausted.
Alright. So we'll basically we'll continue going through this until the fire is out. So I have rolls to make here.
So the pink hair is completely covered in soot at this point.
I have rolls to make here. So the first one, ooh, not good. Oh, not much better. So
For who?
that first night, they run into issues where they're running out of buckets and it's not enough, and you can see that the first set of sidewalks catches fire and like starts collapsing in. So the fire, you basically have to spend the night directing people to fight smaller fires that are like taking up in some of the nearby shrubbery and stuff that grows through in between the shuttle cracks in the road.
Mm-hmm.
And having to do that just strains the amount of resources possible necessary. Nobody sees any sign of anything escaping, but they more or less, the townspeople, like, we need everybody we can to throw water on these buildings. If we don't, it's gonna jump to the next building.
Yeah.
And as it catches, like, now it's a full-on blaze at this point, and parts of the building are starting to collapse, and it looks like the building might split and actually just completely fall over into the building next to it. So, we're gonna go for another roll. Now it's a DC 12 for exhaustion.
I'm at disadvantage now, correct?
Yes, you are. I believe so.
I mean, on ability
Ability
checks.
Disadvantage on ability checks, yes.
Is this an ability check or a saving throw?
It's ability. It's not a saving. Yeah, well, yeah, this is the saving
Oh,
throw.
the disadvantage is at exhaustion level 3 for saving throws.
16?
now.
Well, 16 dice, but over 20. Nice.
16!
Team 16.
17.
17? Okay, so you all pass. So, so now that they're worried that the building is going to fall over, they're short on one side, and it starts to collapse and come down. So, who
Can
wants to try
I-
to,
I will
Assist.
cast
and how?
magic circle on the part of the house that looks like it's gonna fall down,
Okay.
so nothing can exit the cylinder. So if
Uh-huh.
it falls down, it will just kind of fall straight down onto itself
Okay.
and not onto anything else. So it's a 10-foot radius and 20 feet tall. So I'll just try to center it around the part of the building that looks like the weakest,
Okay.
so that it doesn't fall onto the next building.
Okay.
So, would there be a way to, at the side of the building that's falling out, would there be a way to like attack the structure in a way, structure like the support beams in a way, and like a hatchet to kind of like do what axemen do, where they can kind of cut? Like,
Definitely not with a hat. There's no way. The fire's way too hot.
I
If you
assume
get too
so.
close to the blaze, it's unbearable.
Kaka, you're discussing that out loud with someone? Kaka.
Yeah.
Alright,
Could we, would there be a way to strike out the wood and make it kind of fall a different direction, or are we kind of screwed here?
There is. And I cast spiritual weapon as a fire axe.
Okay.
And I send it in.
It's a fire axe.
And
I like
just
it.
throw
An axe?
Yeah, as an axe.
Yeah, make a. Give me a general int check then.
Okay. Intelligence.
Yeah, to see if you can figure out exactly what wall would need to be done to do
What's
that.
load bearing,
Yeah.
where you have to hit it, all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Nah, I just send it in there flailing because I rolled a 2.
All right.
Just
But I will yell and let them know, like I've got this side.
Okay. So the spell does what exactly?
So,
How big is the cylinder?
10-foot radius
10-foot
and
radius.
20 feet tall.
And 20 feet tall. Okay.
Oh shoot, this only works on creatures. It says, choose one or more of the following types of creatures.
Okay,
The
so-
creature can't willingly enter the cylinder. Never mind, that won't work. It only works on creatures.
Okay, so that one won't work then.
I don't have this side.
Put it on
So,
the exit
so it starts again. It shifts again and makes another, like shifts and collapses a bit, and starts to like really lean over. And there are about 5 or 6 people on the outside of the building, like trying to squeeze into that space and using it to traverse up to the top story of the next door building and get on the roof.
We still hear the next wailing.
No. No, it's a blaze now, so you can't really hear anything other than the sound of the fire and the alarm bells and the people in the street shouting and trying to gain direction.
I have illusions. You know, look like things are better, don't know if you feel better, but I do it.
So it looks like it's still coming down then.
Yeah.
Okay.
The question is, how far and will it land on the people
Okay.
and stuff? So
I'm gonna use my roguish dexterity and speed.
Mhm.
And I'm sure with everything going on, I've heard someone yell "run" at some point. I'm sure it's
make a perception check.
I would like to make a perception check for a word so I can communicate. I rolled really freaking high! 26! 26!
Yeah, you heard in a sentence, "Run and fetch more water."
Okay, so as I dash around and I try and like move people and guide them towards a safer area, I have to run and fetch more water! Run and fetch more water! Run and fetch more water!
All right, make a persuasion check. Is anybody gonna assist him in some way?
If I'm still there, I'm gonna.
No, you already tried to do your thing.
Oh,
My
yeah.
persuasion
I
have a different thing.
You didn't go?
But
Damn.
I rolled
Not
a
right.
15.
Okay.
That's it. It's plus 0.
Okay,
I'm deceptive.
So
Can I lie to them?
you,
It's not true.
you could.
Run and fetch more water. That's not actually what I need. No.
Exactly. I'm lying. You don't need to fetch more water. You need to get out of the way.
Everything I say is a lie.
Yeah, because that would be a 23.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set up a sort of triage, and anybody who's been burnt or hurt during all of this, I'm just gonna apply some lay on hands and get them back in the fight.
Okay.
Can I try to use speak with animals to find some like large birds that could carry water up on top of the building and drop it from the top? It says I might be able to persuade a beast to perform a favor for me.
I don't think there's anything within range of you being able to like fly.
Okay, like we're not near a
No.
forest or anything.
You are, but you're in the center of a lake, so
That's true.
you'd have to like go yell out
Are
and
there
find it, poke
pelicans that
something.
you can just carry
Yeah,
water?
pelicans. No, but you don't see any pelicans or anything. And rangers is the same way. I don't require rangers or druids to cast that spell to speak with animals. So
Oh, okay.
because that's dumb.
So should I take a different first level
Yes,
spell?
yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay,
for
sounds
sure.
good. I
Yeah.
will do that.
All right, so I'm gonna make some more rolls and let's see what happens here. See if the whole town gets set ablaze. So we have that one.
As
Much
you
better.
see, monsters.
We're heroes, everybody. We're heroes.
It's that meme
So-
where like Bikini Bottom is just destroyed. They're like, Patrick, we did it. We saved the town. We destroyed the mimics.
So, you successfully get everybody out of the way, but nothing stops the building from coming down. Luckily, it collapses downwards, like straight into itself, and just turns into a pile, as opposed to actually falling over.
Yeah.
From that point, it's more or less under control. So you did everything that you possibly could within your power to try to save the town, and it works. So for the rest of the night, you basically kind of just relax and I guess go into like shifts, or you stop fighting it. What do you want to do? Do you want to stay and make sure it goes out of control, or do you want to?
I'd like to stay and make sure.
Yeah, I'm not leaving until the last ember is out for the most part.
Okay.
I'm not a member of the fire brigade.
It's very late at night now, or early in the morning.
I'm ready. I can go a little bit more before I leave. So
Yeah. We caused it. We'll stay.
yeah, we did this. I'm helping.
Okay.
This is my goddamn town. I ain't leaving.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm not gonna help. I'm gonna watch.
I just see him on a box. Just
After it's pretty clear that the fire's under control, I head over to where the paladin is to see if there's anyone else that might be hurt.
Okay. A few people got some scrapes and burns, but nothing close to serious. Thanks to Scrape going over there and convincing them to get out of the way.
Good.
Nice.
Good job, Scrape.
Fetch more water. Fetch more water. Patrick.
All right. So, night turns into morning. The sun begins to rise. The fire is, at this point, mostly burning itself out. There have been no signs of any mimics that you are aware of.
On that note,
Escaping.
really quick, I'd like to pull out that journal that I have, and I'm just gonna punch it.
To punch the journal.
I'm gonna punch the journal.
Just to make sure it's not a mimic.
Okay, so
it's the
you
only
punch
thing we
it.
took from the house. Nothing happens.
Oh.
I'm satisfied. I put it away.
Okay.
Are you still with us by the fire?
Yeah.
I'm gonna approach Bree when it's dying down and ask her a question.
Bree, I have a question. What do you know about mimics?
Well, they are one of my favorite enemies. So what would I know about mimics? Are you asking for something like specific?
How do they spread, or like do they? Do we have to worry about there being more than just this place? Could they have spread away? If you get what I'm saying. How they reproduce.
How much would I know about that? Monstrosities are one of my favorite enemies, so I would have advantage against like history checks about them.
For monstrosities?
Yes, that's what mimics are, right?
Yeah, they're monstrosities.
Abominations.
They are
It's
abominations,
an abomination.
but they're definitely medium monstrosities. Yeah, I mean, you make the check.
That is. Oh, I have a -1 to history. 17. I'm
Okay,
not very
17.
smart.
Yeah, advantage. That's what's good.
Yeah, they spread by spores.
So as far as I know, it's very possible that the mimics that were in this house have spread to other places.
To you, probably, yeah. Especially if the mimic touched anybody, for sure. Spores are probably on them.
Well, it's definitely possible. I mean, if anyone touches one, anything comes into contact one, it's spreading spores, essentially. Pieces of itself can go out and turn into other mimics.
I speak up. Do you know if anyone? I know Armac touched one. Did anyone else touch one?
I'm good.
Scrape, not some, I mean, I guess he touched it, but also got touched by it.
Oh shit.
Scrape.
Erie, he might need a bath.
No, stay. You need
Armac,
a bath. It'll be okay. It's not going to hurt you. I don't want you turning into a mimic or spreading it all over town, though.
Yeah, speak of Almac, we have a problem.
Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. I
No,
promise.
no,
My
straight.
horse.
You're not moving.
I
Stay.
left him again.
You what?
I left my horse again.
Oh, you did.
I promised I would take Ephialtes with us,
How'd you do?
and I left
He's
him.
sitting there just watching the fire like that son of a bitch.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna approach Almac and
I asked Bree, and she said the mimics spread through spores. So you and the kenku, anyone who touched it, you need to get clean.
I mean, is there a way to, like, is there a special reagent or something you're supposed to wash in? Or, like, how do you do it?
I ain't that smart.
Well, no, Bray!
I mean, as far as I can tell, washing them off will just spread the spores somewhere else. Fire seemed to be pretty cleansing, but I don't know how thrilled you would
Not
be about
lighting you
that
on
one.
fire, Scrape. Don't worry. Not this time.
I could probably stomach that.
Yeah, you might be able to, but the bird can.
I'm not sure I can think of a way to get rid of the mimics without hurting yourselves. Acid, fire, something of that nature.
Well-
but just rinsing them off, they'll just go somewhere else.
I mean, what about the 2 glowing holy types that we have? Can't you guys...
I already have them.
Well, I know, but don't you have some
talking
sort of
to the bird.
sparkly higher power that can cleanse you?
Possibly.
I mean, what's the whole use of your glowiness if it can't do stuff like that anyway?
I believe I healed your arm.
It can heal by itself, though.
I will have to read some texts. I have nothing prepared that would help with this situation.
I want everything you touch will become a mimic.
Well,
No.
they're spores. It's not like
It
they're going
grows.
to
It
just
doesn't
appear tomorrow as these flesh-eating beasts. We have time. They'll spread just like anything else, and when they're a
And
threat,
if there
we'll
was
deal with the
anything
threat.
on me, it already fell off of me, and we've lost track of it, more than likely.
Yeah, you touch a lot of buckets.
It is what it is.
The mimics have spread through the town. It's what they do. These ones are taken care of that are fully grown.
Don't bother with that filthy creature. It'll die in the gutter. We really must be going.
No. What you're not getting
Whose
is...
voice was that?
It's a long story. It was a horrible man. Let's just say that much.
I don't know about you, but I live here, and these are my people, so I'm helping them. I don't know if you're holding...
I understand, and I would like to help them too. I'm only saying these mimics were here a long time. It's very likely they've already spread quite far.
Honestly, any piece of gold you're carrying in your pocket right now could be a mimic. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's
But not all of
frankly,
them
if
are
you-
dangerous like these ones.
If you have dealt with a large amount of gold, if you own a tavern, you've probably spread many mimics.
Yeah, I
That's
burned my gold.
disgusting.
you,
I'm a paranoid old man. No.
That's a very specific thing to do to your gold.
No. That's a terrifying thought. But, alright, I mean,
Now,
I'm just
Conrad,
worried about the people here.
on the way out, you said not again. Would you care to enlighten us on your previous experiences with mimics?
Oh, yeah. So there was this, no, not doing it.
So in the meanwhile, the town guard arrives and settles in till after watching it calm down, and Commander Fuso approaches you alongside Sergeant Thorne and some of his other men,
Oh.
and just kind of, he looks extraordinarily perturbed at what has just occurred, and sees you all standing there together, and just, what is the meaning of what just happened, and why are you now at the center of 2 events that have, especially you, Conrad. I've known you long enough. You're a smarter man than this, or at least I thought you were.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say my piece. So, both things were on the bounty board you wanted help with. They just happen to be really fucked up things. 2, the house, so, what, you blame him?
He looks over at the cleric. How do I blame a cleric of Ishtar for you burning down this house?
He breathed fire.
The fires.
So you started the fire.
Yes.
Why?
The house was infested with mimics. Large mimics.
Mimics.
Yes, the shape-shifting creatures.
Do you have any proof of this?
Not anymore, it's burned down.
But might.
My word
Well,
and
the
the
journal start
paladins.
flipping through it.
Any piece of gold
Make
in
an
your pocket
investigation
could be a
check.
mimic.
That's
I seriously doubt that.
Look, if we all just go home, take a good bath, lots of soap, which Conrad is happy to provide,
Oh.
we'll all be fine. Not all spores turn into full-grown mimics, and if they do, it's going to take a long time. We got rid of the threat.
I do apologize, and we did our best to contain the problem.
The halfling knows what she's talking about.
That's true.
Even if it was filled with mimics, I believe setting the building on fire is a drastic measure considering it endangered the rest of the town.
Perfect.
Was there
Next-
not another way to handle this?
We can send you in there next time.
That would be the better answer. That's what the town guard are for. Or to handle these issues.
Then why was
15?
it on the job board?
I believe it was a haunting, supposedly, that someone put up on the job board. It wasn't an official posting from us.
It was haunted by mimics.
I don't believe that's what the original notice said. Give me the original notice that you pulled off to the job board.
Who has it?
I don't know.
I think Scrape had it.
Scrape has it.
Yeah, Scrape has both of them.
So Commander Fuso yanks it out of his claws and reads it. There's nothing in here about mimics.
No,
So what you're saying is you took this job.
All right.
By the way, posted by a private citizen. This isn't an official notice from the guard for work to be paid on.
I walk up and I hold my hand up for it back.
He looks down at you and then with his boot pushes you away from him. Stand over there.
I kind of...
Commander,
Yeah, okay.
do not treat people with such disrespect. It is beneath you.
Commander,
No such thing is beneath me.
you are, and we don't answer to you, and my actions are what they are.
You do answer to me in my town, under
I-
my jurisdiction.
Do not.
The
Look,
mayor would have a problem with this.
for all we know, that house had dozens of mimics in it. If we didn't kill every single one, everyone in this town would have been in a lot more danger than they were when we burned the house down.
That could be the case. You may be right. I just question whether or not setting the house on fire was a necessity or a knee-jerk reaction to a bad situation without thinking about the consequences outside of your own safety. That kind of short-sightedness is not what we expect from adventurers who work within our town. That's why you're paid well when we do give you jobs, is it not?
It is, but people make mistakes, and even if it was a mistake, and we were here all night fighting it and trying to make it better. It's not like we did something selfish and just left.
No. That's the only reason you're not being taken to the mayor for him to discuss your fates. Is simply because you did work overnight to help contain the fire and did everything you could to save anyone. You especially, Conrad, they could revoke your license and close down your building for this kind of irrational behavior. The same with you, Bree. What would your grandfather have said if he had been told that you had to close down your shop, which has been here for how many years now? How many generations of your family have lived inside these walls?
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nothing's gonna fix it. Unfortunately, in what happened, we were in a bad situation, and a decision was made because there was a complete surrounding of us by the enemy. A tactical answer was to get out as best as we can. That involved distracting them with fire. We did what we thought was right, and we evacuated the premises.
Fire, though. Again, fire. Just understand this. I don't care if you think it's right.
The fire
You
is
should have all known better. Yes. And he'll answer to this within his own clergy and his own temple, because we will be reporting it to his superiors that he took this kind of brazen action. Ishtar is the only person you answer to.
I was well within my purview.
No, you weren't.
I was. What would you know?
What would I know? I would know from years of serving in countless conflicts and years of battle and war fire in such a small town is the last thing that anybody would need. It's not within your purview to endanger thousands of lives recklessly. If you had come to us, we could have devised a better plan. That's my point.
No, he's right.
The situation is resolved.
No, I agree, but he is right. You're right. I'm rusty. I haven't been in combat or anything in years.
So he takes the notice and crumples it up and just throws it on the ground.
We will, if we do anything else in town, we will think better of it and not do anything foolish. I apologize for even letting something like this happen under my watch.
What did I get with that 15 investigation check?
You found entries of him discussing creatures and a list of all the different things that he's had interest in basically documenting, and mimics is one of the things that he documented.
Just an interest in the mimics?
Yep.
Okay.
There is a short entry about him and a couple of other compatriots getting in together, and they went and explored a cave inside the Black Forest, and they encountered a mimic. They slayed the mimic, took the leftover treasure for themselves, and then he just documented the mimic and everything. So you're extrapolating that he was basically infested with spores and took them home, and they grew over a few years.
Yeah.
Because this happened 10 years ago.
Okay.
According to the journal.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and keep that to myself, though.
Okay.
If there's anything else we can do to make it right, just let us know. I don't think there's much else we can say.
Sergeant Thorne informed me that you were looking for a more pertinent role in the events that were happening around here. And I question whether or not you're the right choice for this job after the actions that you've taken. But the mimics are gone, and the worst didn't happen. So I'm going to err on the side of agreeing to give you this opportunity to help the town in another manner. But
Parathor will be happy to know that you agree with him.
Yes. Either way. You should get some rest. A few hours. Come to the guardhouse. Right. And we'll give you the notice and discuss what plans should be taken moving forward.
It's agreed then. We're done here?
Yes, we're done.
As long as you don't mind your place smelling like soot, Conrad, I'm assuming we can go back there?
Yep.
I need some more of that whiskey and sleep.
Yeah, sleep first. No more. Sleep first. No more whiskey. Right now, we got jobs to do. That could have been the problem is what happened, so no more. I'm on alert now. We ain't doing anything more stupid anymore.
You see,
I don't care who your god is or anything. If it's fucking stupid, I'm gonna call you on it.
You see Scrape waddle up, kind of sad, picks up the paper, uncrumples it, and then pulls out of his little bag of tools and stuff, pulls out like a little marker, and he writes "mimic" on the sheet, and then puts it in his little book, tucks it under his arm.
So it's still pretty early in the morning, but the fire drew almost everybody in town. There's still people like putting it out and trying to gather the debris together and check for damages.
Yeah.
There's a great deal of smoke damage on the building next to it, but luckily it didn't catch on fire. As you're all walking away, though, you hear a voice, and it calls out to you, "Ezra!
Oh,
Ezra!"
No.
And you turn to see Wendy with her parents coming up.
Oh, God.
She runs up to you and taps you on the thigh, in your armor on the thigh.
Mm-hmm.
And she hands you a bushel of apples in her hand, and she says, "This is for the horse."
Thank you.
You said you had a horse. His name was Eponym. And she kind of holds him out to you. And she asks, "Did you find the cat? Was he in the house?"
I kneel down so that I'm at her eye level. And thank you. Thank you for the apples. Ephialtes will be very grateful. As for Tabitha, I believe she is gone.
Much sadness.
Oh.
Just immediately tearing of the eyes. And she turns and she runs to her mom and grabs her on the leg. And she's crying, and she's like, "They said that the Tabitha's dead." And the dad comes up to you, and we never actually agreed on the price of finding it. We didn't really expect you to take it seriously and find out, but this is kind of what we can spare. And he gives you like 10 silver pieces.
I take those silver pieces in my hand and I reach into my money pouch and I actually pull out 4 gold with the silver still in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I hand it to him and lean over quietly and say, "Buy her a new pet. This should keep it fed for a very long time."
He looks really uncomfortable. We can't take that. That's too much.
Your child's joy is worth far more than your pride.
Oh!
And so the mom's kneeling down and consoling and like holding on to her, and he looks and then takes the coins and
Those dead strings.
Oh my god! Woo! Woo! Oh!
and then
I'm sorry we couldn't do more.
You did the best that you can. Again, we put up the notices. It was meant to make her happy, and we didn't expect anybody to find anything out. Where did you find? Why do you think she's gone?
Oh no, that paladin honesty.
Shut your mouth.
There's a reason I picked him.
Yeah, that seemed intentional.
Oh.
The rest of us would have lied.
Tabitha was
Don't.
not a cat.
It's like, what do you mean she wasn't the cat? I've seen the cat.
Tabitha was a pixie working for a vile hag that had set up residence in the town. It was helping the hag lure children to their deaths, but apparently had taken a liking to Wendy and she was in no harm. The hags have been dealt with for now, and the pixie is no more.
I see. Well, I guess it got what it deserved then. It's
I have
terrible
to agree.
creatures.
Are there any like small birds or anything?
Yeah, it's early morning, so the birds are starting to pick up the chatter. You can hear, you can identify the sounds of like some swallows basically roosting up in the buildings.
Can I find the prettiest looking one and ask it to go stand on Wendy's shoulder and like nuzzle her
Sure. So you
and
pick
not
one
poop on her shoulder?
and you talk to it, and it just kind of it flies down to you, and it says, "What do you want?"
I need you to do me a favor. See that little girl over there?
It turns. Yes.
She's very sad right now and could use some cheering up. Do you think you could do that for me?
Looks at you. Looks at the kid. Okay. And it just flies over there and lands on her. It startles Wendy at first because it just like lands on her, and then her mom's like, "What's going on?" And she's getting ready to like brush it away, but then it comes up to like her hair and like gets it between its beak and just kind of like moves it, and then just like taps her, just back and forth a couple of times.
Aww.
And then she smiles and laughs because it tickles her, and then it gets up and it flies off.
Oh.
Makes me.
And so at that, they just gathers Wendy and his wife, and they, just one more nod in recognition of the assistance that you all provided them, and they head back down the street towards their home.
That was harder than I thought it would be. But I'm ready for sleep.
I think we all are.
Yeah, let's head back.
All right. The Hobbled Night is much the way you left it. Locked and empty.
Does anything come whizzing towards his head when we eventually enter?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Pop open the door.
Good, she's asleep.
Cool. Roll your disadvantage stealth check to get in there without waking.
I ain't being stealthy. I'm just like, oh, thank God she's awake. I can get to my room and lock the door before she gets up.
All right.
Yeah, I head up and go night night.
All right. So what are you doing, Almac?
Well, I kind of walk with him back to the Hobbled Night, but once they all start shuffling through the doors, I kind of just wave. I will be at the shrine of Ishtar.
Wait, so first you burn down the mansion, and then you say my establishment is too good for you?
No, but I have to update my acolyte to these events.
Sounds like excuses for someone who doesn't like my tavern.
Well, I didn't burn it down.
I chuckle and pat him on the shoulder. Come back when you're done sleeping. We're all meeting up here. I can have some food ready for you as well.
That sounds nice. Yes, I can do that.
Yeah.
Have a good evening, all of you.
Light be with you.
Morning, I suppose. I do hate going to bed at this hour.
At least we get to go to bed. Scrape, come on, let's go to our room and sleep. Erie's
I
gonna
feed an apple to Ephialtes and do my best to avoid any mention of any sort of adventuring or any events that may have transpired.
Okay.
Roll deception check against your horse.
Does it smell the fire on you?
I can't make eye contact.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're going on an actual adventure. Or I guess later today. I hope you slept well. I didn't.
Yeah, horse looks fine.
didn't catch on fire.
Didn't catch on fire. Nobody's
I'll
bothered
spend
him.
15 minutes or so just combing him, and then I'll head to bed.
Okay. So you pat him down, take care of his tail, his mane, just head back to bed. All right.
Surprised you didn't
So
try to
everybody,
take him up
does
your
anybody
room.
else have anything else? Or you don't? I assume you went back to your home.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You didn't
After
go upstairs.
sneaking a drink out of the bar.
No.
I just... Not the first time she's done it.
So you walk through the door and you immediately catch Breeze. That you?
No.
Well, it sounds like you.
Just got thirsty in the night. I'm just going back to bed. Don't worry about it.
I don't know if I believe you, but I'm too tired.
I'm all good, Grandpa. Go back to sleep.
All right. So
Long
we'll
rest?
go to bed. Long rest. Anybody who got a level of exhaustion loses that level of exhaustion.
Oh, we get a long rest. Okay.
Anyone who got 2 levels, you're still at 1 level.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone has 2, but
Yeah,
I think we
luckily
all avoided
everybody
2
passed the
barely.
second one.
dude, exhaustion is savage.
So you end up sleeping through the bustling town. You wake up in the afternoon.
So,
You all wake up in your rooms, getting ready to start the day. You wake up and realize that your leg has been disassembled, and there's a small trail of like nuts and bolts and parts that are like leading out of the room.
Oh my god.
That's. Oh, I'm going to. So is it fully disassembled?
Not fully disassembled, but a lot of there's a lot of parts that have been taken out. So
So-
now it like squeaks a lot and makes a lot of noise every time you move.
Oh, I'm gonna grab my sword, unsheath it, and I'm gonna begin hobbling after this trail. And I'm gonna be yelling the whole way. All you hear is,
Who in the same hell done touched my leg? I have been touched!
Yeah.
As Erie wakes up, she finds a rat sitting on her bed with a note in its little backpack.
Oh my god!
The rat has a backpack? That's adorable.
yes, he has a little familiar rat that I'm used to getting notes in once in a blue moon. Hold on.
And it's written in a illusory script, so it appears to be something different.
I guess
Okay.
leg.
That's so. I recognize it's an illusory script, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so can I decipher it with Arcana pretty easily?
It's intended for you, so the spell will reveal what it actually says to you.
Okay, so this is the actual contents of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Fun.
Well, now we know what that stealth check was for.
I don't know who did it.
amazing.
I don't know who did it, but
You wake up and do what for the morning?
Oh,
The
you
afternoon.
know,
I'm just saying.
normally I would go through the normal daily ritual, but the acolyte probably got it all before I even flow.
Yeah.
just saying.
Everything looks
Just saying.
shipshape.
All right, so I would approach her. Be like, good work. I'm sorry for sleeping in so late.
She just bows.
I need a bath. I go take a bath, and then I'm gonna meet with them after that's done.
Okay.
So you're yelling.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
upstairs.
screaming bloody.
Is he coming to my?
murder.
Does the trail lead to my room, or do I just wake up, hear him screaming, and have this note? And there's like,
Does
no,
it?
Are there components in the room? Is
I'm following the trail. That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
If I would like to, if I get there and I look and see it's at the door, I'm going to be very upset. I'm going to pull in and realize I didn't take my master keys. I'm just going to smack the door with the butt of my sword.
I was starting to like you. Then you go and touch my leg when I was sleeping. What kind of monster are you?
Conrad, it wasn't. No, wait. And she's gonna jump off the bed, run over to the door, fling it open with the note in her hands, obviously just having woken up. Does the trail continue? Does the trail continue into the room? Like, are there components in the room with me?
Yes. just like something kind of like it's right by the door, and it's just like the inside of the door. It seems to be like the last bits and parts.
Okay. Conrad, I don't know what's going on.
You see me just in a nightgown, just heave, hairs everywhere, and the sword's just in my hand.
Wait. What happened to your leg?
I look at the ground, follow it inside, and just look at her. And then give her like a disapproving parent look of like, you know what you did.
Conrad, why would you think that I would do that after everything? It was Scrape. I don't know. He left a note that he's sorry that he couldn't save me before, and something about not being a hero. This wasn't me. I'm sure that Scrape snuck into your room in the middle of the night and probably tried to disassemble it for something. This looks like he was building some kind of an artificer style list to build something, but I don't recognize it or know what it is. But it wasn't me, and I don't know where he is either. We probably should find him.
The bird is not in the room.
Look, sit down on the bed really quick. I can fix the squeaking and maybe make it a little more stable so we can find him. Please!
Can I disconnect the leg from my body?
I don't know, can you?
Yes. Because I want to.
Okay.
You see me just plant the sword in the ground and look at it and go, I'm going to have to fix that later, goddammit. And you just see me reach down and start unbuckling and delatching some of the latches on the leg, and there's even a screw that almost like goes into my leg. As I uncrank it and pull it off, and you hear dunk on the ground, and I pick up the sword and begin hobbling back to my room. I'll make it fixed.
Well, of course you do, but aren't you going to wake the others up and help me find Scrape?
When I can walk normally, yes.
Oh, God.
I promise.
I'm gonna tuck the note into her vest and grab the leg, try to get it back to the bed, and then start working on it to see if I can stabilize it.
So you were aroused by it, and then
The
you
screams.
arrived just in time to come through the door.
Before I left the temple or the shrine, while I was in the bath and kind of just contemplating.
I love it.
After I get out and I armor up and all that, I go to the acolyte again. Acolyte Portia. This town is on the verge. I have a feeling. But Ishtar led me to the people that might be able to help. But you should prepare the temple for something. Battle. Send a letter to Wolstead. And prepare medicine for wounded. I just feel it.
So it shall be done.
Good. You've done well with this place. Continue your studies and you will make a fine priestess. That's it. And then I leave.
Okay. Alright, yeah. So you arrive to hear all this happening just
All
in
the
time.
screaming from
All the
upstairs.
yelling from upstairs.
This is
The high-pitched gnome screaming against the old man.
You do as well.
Yeah, when I get there, for the love of Parathor Conrad, I can hear you screaming down the block. And then when I come in and see that he only has one leg, I'm gonna look him up and down. I would like to take the challenge of the Hobbled Knight.
Awesome! Yes!
Then you hear your daughter from the back. Those are the rules. Dad.
First, a goddamn bird takes my leg, and I'm forced to take it off and give it to the goddamn gnome. And then, in my moment of weakness, you done go for the kill shot. You were trained well. All right. Shit. We're going, and I'm going outside in my nightgown.
I am fully geared up.
Yeah.
This isn't fair. I got turned down when I asked for that challenge.
Yeah, because you wanted magic.
Mhm.
She still has to use the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some would say her swordplay is magic.
Oh.
You see me just, I push open the...
Damn.
Are you still wearing your nightgown?
Yeah, I haven't changed yet. So I push open the door, almost fall over, and kind of get back to the center of the ring.
Alright, what are the rules for the Hobbled Knight Challenge?
So the way the Hobbled Knight Challenge works is it's the first to draw blood.
Okay.
Generally, so you can make. Generally, there's other rules. There's different competitions or things you want to wager. You can increase the stakes, but generally for the challenge of the Hobbled Knight, it's the first to draw blood.
Uh-huh.
If you can invest me in the first to draw blood, you get free drink, room, and food for the day.
Lucky number.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, it is. I don't know.
10.
10.
Dead center.
10.
Yeah. So it's just it's basically a duel. We duel each other. First to draw blood in the engagement would win.
Okay, that's fine, but how do you determine how you draw blood, Mike?
Oh, okay. Well, my first thought would be basically, so the way I intended it was going to be opposed, basically attack rolls against each other. You basically roll, the higher gets it. After 3 successes, it counts as you winning and drawing blood.
All right.
So whoever, each time you get higher than the individual, you roll. Basically, it was going to take into account it's just a basic attack. So whatever you have for attack, so your proficiency and attack value plus the roll. Whoever has the higher number gets the success. Whoever gets 3 successes scores the first blood. Yes. So.
Okay.
Azek just
You have
granted
disadvantage on
Conrad,
everything, Mike.
Yeah. Azek just granted Conrad inspiration.
Oh,
Yay.
I like that use. That's good.
I like that. Well, I'm going to start by not using it and just taking the disadvantage first, see where life is.
We need to spit in the face of our viewers, Mike.
Okay, so I got an 18.
Ooh, I got a 17.
Ooh.
1 success! Okay, next roll.
He's hobbled, but he's not shite.
I got
You beat me on
16.
that. 13.
All right.
Oh, it's 2.
And now I will
Impossible.
use my inspiration and take it regular. Hobbling just the right moment.
That one is 17.
You beat me. It's 11, so you have 1 success. I
I
have
want
2.
to,
1.
on my first success that I've gotten, I want to duck between his leg and his sword, like under where his leg is supposed to be, and kick the back of his knee.
God damn it! At least we're at the same level now. And I'm just gonna pivot and turn my body and look at you and go again.
Ooh, 8.
18. Turning around, I parry your strike and kind of nip the arm and just. I may be crippled and have no leg, but damn it, I have honor and respect, and it's not going away today. But you did what you were trained to do. Take advantage of opportunity. First drink's on me. And I kind of get up off the sword and kind of hobble back in.
That was the strangest battle I've ever seen.
You still got it, old man, and I'm gonna kind of let him use my shoulder as a crutch.
Okay.
I do that. I'm like, thank you. I was getting to the point. My leg was a little tired out. I'm not
Yeah, I've
following.
got like my arm around his waist and kind of help like him walk back inside.
Okay.
So as you guys walk in, actually, should I be making some kind of a check to see if I can get the leg to a more workable state at this point before I bring it downstairs?
Are you trying to improve it, or are you just trying to repair it?
I'm trying to get it to a state that he can use it in, so just repairing it for the most part, yeah.
Okay. Make a tinker check.
As the rat sits on the edge of the bed. Sweet.
Can someone flip that Hobble Knight fight? That was amazing.
That was
I
great.
can't believe the disadvantage was with me.
So intelligence, because there's not a tinker
I have a-
skill.
Isn't there one attached to your class?
No.
There's
Oh, look.
aren't you proficient with
With
tinker's
my
skill?
crossbow.
I am proficient with the tools, yes, but there's not a
So
skill
you
check.
could
that
do. There's a couple
Yeah,
I
different
believe
ways.
tinker.
letting
I
you
believe
win
tinker
it.
checks are in.
in checks.
I think they're in checks.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
proficiency.
They're in Xanathars.
I don't. That's how.
They are in Xanathars,
I let
which,
you win.
of course, is
Yeah, I don't need it.
all the way down there.
Yeah, I still got it.
That's fantastic.
As soon as you didn't have your leg, I was like, I
And
know what I'm
to
doing
any
today.
ability check you make using tools in your craft. So you can.
Proficiency bonus for the tools and +2 for the tools is what chat has said.
So +6 then, because proficiency is 4, I'd have +2, so 6. So add that on to the.
I think so, Tinker's tools. But
Thank
I
you,
think
chat.
don't you have that
it-
expertise as Tinker's tools?
No.
No, just proficiency.
So flat repair
No, I have
is
tool
10 hit
expertise,
points to a
too.
damaged object for each hour of work. So it'll take you an hour. We'll say that as an object it has 10 hit points.
Okay.
And repair in half the time. Temporarily repair DC 10 and DC 15.
Yeah, I do have expertise with it, Mike, and it
Components.
says to double your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make that uses your proficiency with this tool. So 8 plus 2 for the tool.
10.
So 10. So 10 already. Not bad. Cool. So just
11 already, really.
So just the check then. Plus 10.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That is such a valid point that has been dawned on my soul.
I don't even want to know, do I?
No, you don't.
Oh, okay.
That.
Okay.
It's what?
It's good that I won.
It's good that you want to fight.
Because there's a reason I never lost him.
Okay.
Intrigue.
Has to do with the item sheet.
Oh.
Speaking of,
Yeah.
I ignored all of the yelling from Conrad. I'm kind of used to it. I get up and I start putting on my armor. I don't do my hair because it wakes up, or as I wake up, it's perfect every time. It's part of being an awesome paladin. It just is.
Dream come true right there.
Yeah, that's why I keep it short.
Mine too.
Yeah. I eventually go downstairs and feed the horse and talk to him for a bit, and then
those apples.
yeah, yeah. Feed him an apple. Tell him it's from Wendy, and that she's pretty cool, and she lost a cat. Then I go upstairs, and I'm going to knock on your door while you're working on the leg.
Oh, okay. As you knock, the door actually goes open because she didn't close it in fully and she didn't lock it.
I go to step in and then uncomfortably just stand there and go, "May I come in?"
Yes, yeah, come in. I'm just in the middle of something, but come in. And you see Ari kind of crouched on the bed over the leg, 3 different like leather rolls of tools splayed out next to her, and she's like deep in that sucker at the moment.
It's Conrad's leg.
Yes it is, and this is not the circumstances that I wish to touch it under either. Scrape apparently tried to disassemble it in the middle of the night, as far as I know, and she kind of glances at the rat on the bed. And I don't know where he is. If you could, I could use some help seeing if he's at least in the building. I'm kind of worried.
Yes, I'll go look for him. I was planning on utilizing his assistance anyway. I need to armor Ephialtes, and it's always easier with another set of hands.
See, and he would have loved that. I'm really worried, and she reaches out and passes the note, and then she goes to pass it and then stops, and then realizes, sorry, you wouldn't be able to read this. He feels really bad that he didn't save me from the blood bond with the hags, and he doesn't think that he can be a hero like the rest of us now. So I just hope he's not doing something stupid. And I don't know why he tried to take this apart. Like, he seems like he was scavenging random pieces from it. He wasn't trying to disable it, and I don't know. So, and she points over at the trail by the door. And I don't know if that'll lead you anywhere or if they were just randomly falling out of his pocket, but if you could help.
The rat on the edge of the bed squeaks.
Well, those thoughts of inadequacy are dangerous thoughts to have. I will certainly see if I can seek him out. I'm gonna walk over to the rat. It would be better if we had Bree, but I'll try this. Excuse me, rat.
The rat looks up at you and gets up on its hind legs and does that thing that rats kind of sits up on its hind legs and sniffs at you.
Is there any way you could lead me to your compatriot?
You look at the rat's kind of plain eyes. You can't really tell if it's acknowledged you or really understands what you're saying. But it stops and it lands, looks around, and then hops off the bed, flopping on the floor, and then starts scooting down out towards the hallway and turns right.
Okay, I start to follow the rat and mumble, "I am a paladin of Parathor."
Careful.
I'm following rat.
Yeah. The rat makes its way down the hall, and then you find a little closet that's ajar, and the rat just kind of stops at the door and looks back at you.
I gently knock on the door.
You don't get a response, but you hear some soft breathing.
Oh, you kidnapped the child, didn't you?
I'll open the door.
Yeah, you open the door to find the kenku laying there, cuddled up against some supplies and maybe a sack of something, and you see he has his bag on him and he's still asleep and he has a little ratchet in his hand. And he's out cold because he's been up all night fiddling with the legs.
I'll That's right. I'm glad to have found you. I have a task that I need help with, and I figured you'd be the best person for the job.
He leans forward and steps and looks into the hall with his eyes on the side of his head, sees that there's no one else there. Looks back up at you.
I need to put armor on Ephialtes, and I figured you could help with that. We have hopefully something more important to do today.
Tinker.
Exactly.
Tinker.
So then I'll walk back up to my room and grab the chainmail barding for the horse and carry it down and yeah. And then I'll start
He's big and strong.
throwing it over the horse and instructing you on how to help.
As I start helping you in grabbing stuff, I said, "You are very welcome."
I am very grateful as well. Thank you. You left a note. Iri had told me about this. I approve of you stealing Conrad's leg. It's humorous.
Humorous.
Whoop-de-doo!
You know, we all failed to save Iri that day, and I take it personally as well. And hope one day to rectify that action. Maybe you'll join me for that.
Ah! You're a smarter man than that. You're a smarter man than this. At least I thought you are.
It's great because now you have to determine what that actually means because you're a kenku.
I am, whether intelligent or not, I am guided by Parathor, and I believe that the right action in the circumstances to eventually undo what has been done.
And then I speak in Bree's voice. That's true.
I'm glad you agree.
Tinker.
Alright.
So just a flat roll with a plus 10?
Int.
Int?
It's an int check.
Int check?
Apply int to your and proficiency to the roll
Yeah.
to repair it.
So because of expertise, I get to double my proficiency, and there's plus 2 from the tools, so it's plus 10.
Yes.
21.
21. Yeah, works fine.
Awesome.
Over the course of an hour, you put it back together.
Cool. So I put it back together, and I'm also going to use a charge of magical tinkering to imbue some magic into the leg for Conrad. And she'll head back downstairs to see what's happening with the leg.
All right.
Yeah, you see me actually dressed now. Dressed in my armor, ready to go. Drinking, kind of sitting in a chair. Still no leg. Seeing you come down, I kind of waved you over.
Are we able to fix it?
I think I got it working just as good as you had it before, which I still could make some improvements if you gave me proper time with it at some point, but it's working for now, and I fixed pretty much everything that he did to it, and you notice that as she's carrying it, it actually looks like sparkly, shiny, brand new, and it doesn't look any different at all. Like, it looks exactly like what you had in the past, if not just a bit better. And she'll, like, try and wiggle her way across the room and eventually put it in your lap.
I grab it. You see me kind of move my padding and armor around, and as you actually see, now you can see it, it looks like there's actually metal on my leg. It almost looks like it's been grafted to my flesh, so it locks in and connects and joins with the rest of my leg. And so I lock it in, connect it, and...
So as you touch it, though, you'll notice that it's an illusion. So as you like start grabbing the leg and doing your normal hookup routine, like it's functional and it works, but the prettiness and like the completeness of it seems to be some kind of like shimmering almost, a static illusion on it.
I see what's going on.
It's a spell of glamour.
Yeah.
It looks
Pretty much.
glorious.
Yeah, glorious. You will notice, especially once you put it on, that on like the kneecap area, the emblem of your bar is now there as well.
It looks like something that Ezra would wear.
No,
It
I
was,
didn't glamour it up that much.
We'll say for the sake of knowing what it is, it's been imbued as though it's an armor of gleaming.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I hope it works for you. Again, I'm sorry, and I don't know what's going on with Scrape.
No, you're fine. You went with him. Did you let anyone know you found him?
No.
How's that work? Here, we'll go take a look for him, and he's fine. I was angry, but I ain't that mad. It's working. Nothing was broken. Let's go find the little kenku, and make sure he's all right.
He's upset. We all went through a stressful time, so... Well, again, I apologize.
Have you tried yelling? That seemed to work most of the time.
Yelling at him?
Yelling straight, see if he comes around.
I was yelling upstairs. He didn't come back to me.
Well, I'll start looking around the tavern and see what I can find.
Thank you. I actually, Ezra came in here a bit earlier. He came up to my room when I was working on the leg and said he was going to look for him, and then he vanished. Did you see him come down?
If it was generally right after you were working on a dough, Bree challenged me to a duel.
Wait, in your nightgown?
Without a leg.
And I'm sitting there drinking my free drink. You bet I did.
Yeah, you know what? For a second, I'm almost mad that I didn't get to take you up on that challenge because I asked when I originally met you, but that is a really enterprising move, Bree.
That's why she got the first drink free.
Huh? Well then, yeah, let's see if we...
patrons like, here.
So I went in after that duel and sat next to Bree, and I got a drink as well.
Yeah.
I lean in. That's your third drink.
If you don't finish it, it
Okay,
counts as
he's
one.
practically senile. He'll never notice.
I chuckle because that's funny.
You got another couple of laughs from other people nearby.
I mean, you know Ezra really well. Can't you shout his name and find out where he is?
Ezra!
From the state.
You should be able to hear him.
I hand the caparison, like the giant horse tunic, to you. Just spread this over Ephialtes. He should look perfect when you're done. I'll see what the cantankerous old fool wants.
The horse keeps shifting.
Ephialtes,
Just
please
to
behave.
screw with you, because horses do that.
Remember, when we look good, we fight good.
Oh.
Shakes his head.
Feed him an apple, I guess. And I'll walk inside and Conrad. Oh, good. Your leg's back.
Ezra,
Yes.
where did you go?
I found Scrape. We were working on the horse, and all is fine.
Where is he? He's outside?
He's outside, and I think he's feeling vulnerable. So take it easy on him.
I'm not mad at him. I just wanted to make sure he's okay. Where was he when you found him?
I think you should ask the king.
Fine, I'm going outside. And she just immediately beelines it out to the horse and the kenku.
Yeah, he's out there trying to put the tunic on him.
Just gonna just sigh for a second and take the scene in, and then walk over, come up behind him, put like a hand on his back. Here, let me help you. We can do it together. And she's gonna help try to put it over the two tiny people.
Working together, you corral the horse into a position where you get it on,
Oh, okay.
and then it just sits.
Does that all the time.
As we get the tunic on, I realize everything that's just gone just happened, and he Scrape runs back behind the horse, kind of like making distance between us.
Scrape, what are you? Look, I got your note, and why would you write this? You didn't do anything wrong. You are a hero. You couldn't have stopped this. The whole point that this happened with the hags is none of them could have stopped it. None of us could have fought those hags. We had to do this to get out. But you and me have been through thick and thin. We've been through so many different underground fights. We've been through so many different adventures that nobody is supposed to know about. And we did it together. And you've always had my back. Why would you write this?
He takes the note and scrabbles it on the horse's side.
Horse is like,
Reaches into his bag.
I reaches over and Eerie pets Ephialtes very gently.
This horse is head.
This horse is getting a show. Like this
I
horse
was
is just like.
I was gonna make the comment that this horse has more character than Ezra.
Oh, dear Lord!
oh man,
I take that with
I was gonna
pride
wait till
because
we were
I created the
off
horse
air to
too.
do that.
Napalmed.
Yeah. God, scorched earth over there.
That's what you get for saying.
Now you're painting
Take
your
my
own
leg.
fucking models from now on.
We love you, Justin. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
And Erie like covers her face for a moment and has like a hard time composing herself. If they would have taken me away, you would have been fine. You've learned so much since I found you in that heap when you almost died at the arena. Back then you were just a scared little kenku that could barely do anything, and look at you now. You're putting armor on this horse. You wrote up this list of ingredients. You took his leg apart. Do you realize the intricate tinkering that went into Conrad's leg? I'm not done though. You're doing a great job.
I keep thinking of Mars attacks.
So inside, Ezra looks over at Conrad. What did you need?
I was going to ask if you found the bird, but you found the bird.
I did, and I turn around and go back outside to make sure the tunic's on the horse.
You go outside and you see the bird. They're like, she reads the note, he takes the note and starts writing on it. Then she takes it back, and then he takes it back and writes on it. You see this happen a couple times.
I ignore. Is the comparison on correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's actually 3 different sets of heraldry lined up. At the forefront of the comparison, it's the symbol of the rising sun of Parathor, and then in the middle it's the knightly order of the lance with the purple, the white, and the black with the lance on it. And then in the back there's a 3rd set of heraldry that's blue with the white chevron and a cup underneath the chevron, or a grail of some sort. But it's fancy.
It's fancy.
Very fancy.
It's fancy.
You look good.
Now he's fancy pants. Gunpowder pants, fancy pants.
There's another one in there.
Sassy pants or something.
Sassy pants.
No, Mr. Lee Pants.
Yeah,
Mr. Lee Pants.
Oh, yeah.
So, no acknowledgement that you've come outside. The note passing,
Yeah,
the yelling.
I'm pretty much
continues.
ignoring you two as well.
What do you mean that you just helped me and that you're lost? Stop. You were the one that found the hags. You were the one that found all of that out, and you're the reason that we discovered them. They could have taken over the whole town or done something worse. You are useful. You might not be, and she looks around and sees Ezra standing, you might not be Gunpowder Pants over here with all his shininess and his armor and all of his heraldry and stuff like that, but you know things. You've learned so much. You're going to make amazing inventions that can help us. Just don't run away again, please. I don't know what I'd do without you either, so just stay with us. And she goes over and she forcibly hugs the kenku incredibly tight.
Oh, it's so adorable.
Ezra's just like watching the two tiny people.
You get a smile out of me, but I don't say anything.
She was surprised. Captain Stoic over there.
Stoic Pants.
All the pants.
After the hug,
It's
she's
just
going
a
to...
You know what?
adjective pants.
At least I wear a full pair of pants.
That's true.
Oh,
I
that's
have
not
a glamour
funny.
leg. It looks
That's not
better than
funny.
your pair of
That's
pants.
not funny.
Does it?
Yeah, it might. It's pretty shiny.
After
It looks
the,
great.
Nice.
After the intense hug, she's gonna like drag scrape back into the bar, and as soon as she gets inside, she's gonna look at Conrad and say, "How much do I have to pay you for some of the good shit?"
Which one?
The best one you got.
Oh, that's gonna cost you. You know,
How
screw
much?
it. Call it 2 silver.
Okay, that works.
He's gonna reach down and he's gonna pull out I don't remember the gnome's names right now. I'm trying to grab
Hoodwink.
it. Hoodwink, thank you.
Hoodwink.
You're welcome.
I grab some Hoodwink ale and pour that.
This is the best I got in the tavern. That's sellable. The Bravashin is mine.
That's fine. We need something as a morning pick-me-up before we go out on whatever crazy next step of this adventure we're going on. And she's gonna grab one, pass it to the kenku, grab hers, toast. All that hoodwink shit's good.
So your daughter comes over and if you keep undercutting the prices, we're gonna go out of business.
Yes. You're right.
She just turns, goes back to work.
So you finally did learn to just say, yes, you're right. I tried to tell you many times about that with your wife.
I was stubborn and she was. It was a lot of yelling.
Yes, you're right.
So what do you guys want to do? You're all in the same place now, basically.
I'm gonna walk up to Scrape. Look at him.
You. I ain't mad at you.
Well, I'm mad at you, but I'm letting it go. And I kind of bop his beak. Thank you for the help earlier today. We needed it. But please don't touch my leg without my permission. Next one comes with a bop. As I reach behind the counter and pull out a stick. This is my attitude adjustment stick. And if you start running, it becomes my speed changing device.
You're a smarter man than this. At least, I thought you are.
Last time he said that to me, it seemed like he was agreeing.
I think that's what that would mean.
I'm gonna assume you're saying yes, which, perfect. But you have a yes in your vocabulary now. You said, yes, I agree. Can you not break the words down smaller?
You are very welcome.
Yeah, that's probably the close I'm gonna get. All right, let's push a couple tables together. We'll have our little get together.
You said
Well,
something about food, right?
Push the tables together. I'll go grab food.
I almost forgot to eat.
Well, they can sort off then, right? You know, sometimes I feel like they just don't understand. Oh no, keep them coming, Henry.
Yeah,
Very well,
they're
little
serving
bird.
bread bowl stew in the morning.
Put a drink in front of you.
Ezra, can you push the tables together for those of us that can't?
Paladin of Parathor. I push the tables together.
Thank you.
Jeez. Yeah, I'll bring out a bunch of different servings of bread of stew for everybody.
Bread bowl stew.
Bread bowl stew.
Red Bull.
Once
Okay.
we're all
Give some wings.
Yep.
sitting,
Okay.
I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to escape the hags, since I never thanked you properly, and yesterday was strange. Even though I do think the result was undesirable.
Would have been far more undesirable had they taken you. I can only imagine what they would have done with a priest.
It would have been truly awful. But I believe that Ishtar brought us together, and I have an overwhelming feeling of dread.
Yeah, I can second that. I don't know what it is, but something's telling my bones it's gonna rain, and it's not gonna be water.
Acid at the current rate of how everything's going.
Probably.
I am not feeling this sense of dread, but something's telling me I'm supposed to be here.
Bree, you seem like you're familiar with the areas around this city. I'm fairly new. But I came to aid the garrison. I was summoned by Sir Hobbled at the fortress. I don't know if any of you
Hobbled,
figured you
I
might
believe
be
he's
familiar.
a knight of the Black Guard.
He is.
Can I roll a history check on that, see if I know anything else about him?
Like anything else or something more specific?
Just yeah, like his. Well, I'd like to confirm that he's a knight of the Black Guard, but also what his overall rank in the hierarchy is.
Okay.
He likes long walks on the beaches.
Well, it was going to be a 19, but now it's a 4.
It wasn't gonna be nothing.
4
Yes.
It's a 4.
It's a 4. You don't know what his particular rank is or much about any of his... He doesn't have a reputation that you're aware of, but he is in the Black Guard, yes.
He's a warrior of some renown, and he commands the garrison at the fortress. And they have been sending their reports to Werdorf. And there, the cathedral there is where I was in service for the last year or so.
I've been there. It is a fantastic building. Beautiful.
It is.
Andy, quick question. Is that the fortress that I've been training new recruits at, or no? I did. Never mind. I answered my own question.
It's a manor estate. It's Hakim. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is okay. So that.
Yeah, I go there every now and then. Go there once a month to help train new recruits. I help train their shield wall up.
Well, if they fight as good as you with one leg, they must be pretty good.
I can't say they're that good, but they can hold a damn wall.
Well, many of their patrols have been going missing and turning up dead. And there's other unrest. How much have you heard?
I've just heard that. I've heard a few have gone missing, normal trouble going on, a little bit more that they're worried about, but they try to keep me out of as much as they can. I'm retired.
Rumors of goblinkin in the roads, I think, was all I had heard.
This mounting unrest. That's why I'm here.
Well, if the Holy Triumvirate has seen fit to place 2 of their agents in this town, it must be a problem.
Is this sort of activity normal? Whole patrols being ambushed and killed?
Would I know how long this has been going on for?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it started like about a month ago.
Well, it's been going on for about the past month, and they've tried a lot, but nothing seems to have been effective against it so far.
When I arrived, Arnold himself is wounded.
Wait, someone wounded him?
That's really?
That's something to worry about. That man is a very skilled fighter for a reason. He's earned his position.
Even with my aid, he's still confined to bed rest for now.
That must be quite serious.
My question is, I don't think a goblin did it.
It wasn't goblins, by his own words.
What was it?
Hobgoblins, well armed and organized, leading a mixture of orcs and goblins.
You hear me? Yeah, you hear me growl at works as I subconsciously just kind of grip my blade.
Strange to get them all so organized and well equipped, even for hobgoblins.
Agreed. Well, this does seem serious. I would ask that each of you think on the matter and make sure you're ready for what type of danger this could be. Hags and mimics are vile creatures for sure, but orcs and hobgoblins, this is not usually a simple outing. This is a campaign.
I have a feeling that this is what we're here for, and that our commander will be informing us of much of this similar information.
But we have a meeting with him right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Even split of the payment, of course.
Yes, of course.
I'm not interested in payment.
I have to keep fed, keep my armor repaired and sword sharp. Otherwise, I have no need of worldly riches.
Well, let's go show the town guard then that we're better than nearly burning down Stockwind.
Not a high bar to clear, but...
There is another matter I wanted to discuss with all of you, but particularly our known friend.
What now about how the Hague thing went?
Well, it's related, yes. I simply would like to know if you want to take a risky move.
Define risky move. I need more data than that.
I can't, even if you tell me her exact words to you, there's no way to determine exactly what your deal entails.
I suppose so, but it was pretty simple.
But I may have a way to remove the curse, if it is a curse. The nature of the magic is unclear. There's great risk involved.
What about?
And it could be a complication we don't want in the fight ahead. I'll leave it to you. It's your life. And mine, if my life is affected in the removal, so be it. Such things are unnatural and should not be allowed.
Eerie, as Omnic is talking, kind of gets almost 1,000-yard stare and looks around and sees if she can see Conrad's daughter.
Yeah, she's there.
So she's just going to stare at her for a long time and then kind of look at Conrad with a blank face as he's talking.
I wouldn't do it. No offense to you, but we don't know how her magic works. It's a high possibility that it kills her. I've seen wizards on battlefields blow themselves up when they thought they would know what they were doing.
Of course.
You know that it's not... If I die, I die, but we did this to get all of you out and to make sure the town and everyone in it is safe. So I appreciate what you're saying, Omnic, and I would be lying if I didn't say that there's a large part of me that's really curious about how it would work out. So curious. But I don't think I can make that decision for the town.
Ishtar's first tenet is to respect individual freedom. I can't make the choice for you as much as I disagree with the choice.
I thank you, truly, from the bottom of my heart. Under different circumstances, I'd probably take you up on it, but I took this burden on, even if it wasn't the right choice, and I have to own it. So I think I'll keep it for now. Thank you.
Ishtar's fourth tenet is to destroy all evil things, even at great cost. So, should breaking the curse save more lives than it would cost, I may make the choice.
There's no way to know that, though, if you look at this logically and with data. And I think everybody at the table...
I understand. I'm only giving you fair warning.
So what, you're going to randomly...
No. I'm not going to wake up someday and kill you over a curse. But if we find that truly the cost is too high...
Well, of course, if we get additional data, we'll reassess. But until then...
Eerie.
What?
I know you think I question what you did. I only question the results. What you did was noble. You were willing to sacrifice your very soul to save us. And in doing so, you have my thanks. But who decides what lives are more important than others? Why are our lives more important than the next town the hags have moved into? Why is Stockwind more important than that town? We only substituted the danger. At some point, we will need to root them out. Just as we did with the mimics, just as we would do with any creature that threatened the lives of others.
We will, or someone else will. I understand what you're saying, Ezra, and thank you. It's a zero-sum game if you think about us standing in that basement. Maybe I didn't do this. Maybe we fought. Maybe Conrad and you, I saw you bumping each other as you're about to jump in there. Maybe you did that, and maybe we all died. Bree, Omnic, all of us, dead on the floor, and then they take this town and the next town and the next town. Like, there is no good answer to it.
If we do not act over the fear of what our failure would be, then surely we would never act.
And I did. I'm just saying that this debate, I understand what you holy types are saying, but I don't feel that any other outcome was a better choice at the time.
Agreed, and I do not question your choice. I simply hope to convince you to think about taking further action when you are ready.
And that give me some time and give me some more data, and I might.
The followers of Ishtar and Parathor do not normally see eye to eye, but we do share in the tenet that personal freedom is important. So I will not press this issue again.
Well, thank you. I'm glad for that. And she pulls her shirt down.
I question how much dwelling over events that we can't change is keeping us from helping people out on the road that are being taken by hobgoblins.
Well said.
Well said, Bree.
Simply giving an option for them.
And it's appreciated, but I think it's time to go visit the loud bellowing asshole.
Sounds like normal people in command to me.
I thought she was talking about you.
That's what I said.
Are you kidding? At least Conrad's charming and has all kinds of redeeming qualities. That guy was just an ass to us.
You see Connor coming and just adjusts his arm like, I haven't got a compliment in a while. I appreciate that.
He does have redeeming qualities. His daughter is lovely.
His daughter is lovely.
Yeah, she is. That's the best thing I've ever done, really.
You're right.
Couldn't agree more. Shall we go then?
Yeah.
Whoop-de-doo.
I'm gonna set a gold piece on the table for the breakfast we all shared,
Okay.
and then lunch, like early brunch, maybe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's like 1 p.m. So
Okay, so lunch.
That's
Straight
fine.
stops, looks at the gold piece. In Bree's voice, any piece of gold in your pocket could be a mimic.
Yeah,
Well, then I'm glad I'm getting rid of this.
it's only like 6 copper per serving. So
I don't have any small change.
Oh,
Deal change!
fancy. I don't.
I put
carry
a whole
small
bunch
change.
of different copper and silver in your thing. You didn't take any of it, not even like 10.
Oh no, I don't carry it on me. I only carry gold on me.
Oh, you.
Wow.
I only carry
He's
gold.
walking around.
Mr. Too Much Gold Pants over here.
Too much gold pants now?
Parathor only lets us carry the finest gold in our trousers. Gold pants!
His colors are gold.
I make sure to polish every coin before I place them in my purse.
So, you hit the streets and walking towards, heading towards the garrison. You actually have a few people.
I'm mounted. And Altex is coming with this time.
Okay. we all remember now. The horse is there.
Thank you.
This will be good for later.
That doesn't sound promising.
Along the way, some of the townsfolk actually like approach you, and they start like some of them actually just outright thank you for getting rid of the hags. But then you also run into a couple of people who are like, those are the idiots who almost burnt the town down, and there's a nice even mixture of that like heading up. But you arrive at the garrison or the barracks, and they let you in through the front door and back into the commander's office, where he has like a map out on the table and a couple junior officers in the town guard, and they're like discussing things. And there seems to be a representative from the actual Bravadus military there, and they're just communicating. The little bit that you get to overhear is they're trying to just coordinate different patrol areas and figure out. It seems like they may have figured out where this problem is, and now they just need to go deal with it at this point. So they dismiss him, and Commander Fuso calls you in.
Do I know what rank the other gentleman was?
No. So he brings you over to the table and basically just points at the map and just says, we've identified that this is the problem area. Working with the soldiers from Hutton and Amald's personal testimony, we figured out that Red Hand hobgoblin mercenaries have gathered underneath them a significant force of goblins and orcs, freelanced or otherwise, probably being promised with pay for loot after the destruction of whatever town or target they have. We now need to know what the actual target is and what their goal is. We need to find their direct camp. And then the garrison, the town guard in conjunction with Amald's troops, will launch an attack and remove them as a threat. It is... The Red Hand doesn't normally fall into just attacking random people. Normally they're guards on caravans and merchants, so this is a significant change for what we've expected from them in the past. But they shouldn't be underestimated. They're extraordinarily motivated, well-trained, funded, and have been doing fighting for who knows how long.
Did the Red Hand participate in the Battle of Last Bastion?
No.
mercenaries working with goblins. Are they goblin kind? Yes.
Yes, goblins do respond to them, but hobgoblins were made by the dark dwarves. So they don't respond to them in that way.
Understood.
We can assume that any of the smaller forest goblins and cave goblins have been pressed into service.
They are subjugated, no doubt. But still organized.
The orcs, on the other hand, present a more complex problem. We haven't been able to find any evidence that identifies their tribe, or where they're from, or if they've come down from Gondrad to loot and raid. And normally they're not subject to being pressured into combat. So they've been promised something or already paid with gold or weapons, something.
And there's no stirrings of movement from Gondrad itself? No word of an impending attack or...
Scouts from North Teutoburg say that everything is more or less quiet in the mountain ranges.
That's a blessing.
We do not need another battle, another war even.
Then, will it be left to us to assault their camp? Or will we be accompanied?
We're not ready to assault their camp necessarily. We've identified the region where we believe the activity is most concentrated. So we need you to actually find them. And if you can, identify whether or not their leadership is present, their officers, and if any other information regarding that would be more than helpful. If Stockwind is the target, then we need to know for sure, but there's also other major towns in the region. We have River Run to the west of us. Or east of us.
If anyone can track them down, it's me. And if anyone can take them on, it's the rest of these fine people.
This is one of the reasons it's made us so hard to make any form of patrols and target. We don't know exactly what we were dealing with. Now that we know that it's different groups of these monsters, for lack of a better word, working together, everything makes more sense. All the different attacks and the different first-hand accounts of people surviving these attacks on the road, it makes a lot more sense now. At first we thought they were conflicting and separate, but if the Red Hand is paid for more manpower, then...
Who paid them?
Yes, who paid them is one thing we would like to know.
Might we have access to some steeds? If we find information and it's urgent, it would be best if we could get back to town in a quick manner.
We could provide horses, but we still suggest that you at least hike in the next 3 miles on foot or so.
Fair.
Goblins may be small and cowardly at times, but they're excellent at hiding in the woods. They're excellent scouts, and they will hear and or smell horses coming from a mile away. And there's no assuming, again, the Red Hand should not be underestimated. There may be patrols or outposts or lookouts posted along the most obvious paths. And there's only 2 major ways that we can get to this rocky outcropping in this space out in the Black Forest. And not to mention, Bree's more than well aware of all the other creatures that stalk the Black Forest.
I have traveled the Black Forest many times. I should be able to get us all through stealthily and without being harmed.
Listen to her.
May be a bit of a problem.
Is not exactly, yes.
I suggest you
I can
travel
help
light.
you
It's
with it
a
if
hike.
you
You'll be
know.
heading at high altitude.
I am not.
Bye, Hobbled
Max!
You ain't getting out of here without us knowing.
Get out of here, you sexy son of a bitch.
Thank you for all your help. We love you.
Yeah, thank you so
thank
much.
you for making everything better in our lives.
Yeah, stealth is a bit hard for me, I'll be honest.
But we can certainly try.
If needed, I can stay back and...
Well, we don't have to worry about being quiet for many miles, so...
And I'll be able to help you all significantly when we do need to worry about it.
Okay.
As long as we all agree we're going in stealthily for recon, and we're not going to start a holy crusade.
It is not within my power to declare a crusade, so I suppose we would be fine there.
No, what she's
Small
saying.
blessings.
What
I'm
she's
gonna
saying
whisper
is we're
Erie, I
reconning.
don't think he understands jokes.
I don't think he does either.
I understood the joke this morning with the leg. It's quite funny.
I must do as Ishtar demands.
So, we are going. This nice gentleman is telling us that they want us to do a recon mission. If we go in and let them, if we trigger, I just don't understand how you're not getting what this guy's saying. Can someone help me here?
This may be a precursor to something more.
Thank you, Conrad.
We're here to recon.
Most
We are not.
certainly is.
We are not a combat team as much as we are capable. We're recon alone. That means we go in, we look at what's going on, and we leave. Nothing more.
We can take you all as far as we need
That's-
to, and Scrape and I can scout ahead.
If this is a fact-finding mission, then drawing attention to ourselves will help clarify quite a few things. So we can go in stealthy or attempt to, but it's not a failure if we're found out.
Yeah, but we might want some time to maybe make a plan this time.
And
I agree.
and
The last
people-
two outings have not gone so well in our favor.
That's putting it lightly.
especially if the town and the Barbados and the Blackguard need time to organize and set up a fight.
The Blackguard are, for now, out of commission.
I have a question for you. How many wars you fought in? How many battles you been in?
Full battles, several wars. I haven't been in this region for very long, so none that you would have been in, more than likely.
Don't even mean to be rude, but I'm just saying, it takes us time to prep for battle and war. An army does not stand in one night. It takes time to set up and build.
We can't fight an army. I understand, and I'm not suicidal.
Just
An
making
army?
sure you're not.
Let alone a few hobgoblins would be a problem. They're quite vicious, powerful warriors.
I'm just making sure we're not doing nothing stupid. I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
We go in, we get
Ishtar
out.
does not demand me to walk through the front gate and challenge an army.
Good.
Good.
I don't know of very many religions where discretion is ill-advised.
I can quote 2 events that changed my mind. And they happened within 24 hours.
Now, who was that knocked on the door of that house?
It was me.
But these are all past events. I'm just making sure we're all under the assumption that we're all going to the same destination. That it is recon. We are not fighting unless it is absolutely God-given necessary.
I'm gonna look over the map again. The area that it looks like this camp is in is
I know what you need
not easy terrain.
I also...
For those of you that are less agile, it might make sense for you to stay back anyways.
All right.
I also know what you'll need to see to confirm that this place is under siege and war has begun.
See, that's the beginnings of a plan. So Bree can get us close, and then we can keep Conrad back, and some of us can stay back.
I'd say even just the stealthy ones. I'd say Scrape and Bree. You two are very good at being unnoticed. You're small, you're
Yes,
light,
you are.
and you're good. You
Recall.
Exactly. You both can go in, scout. You can take advice from Amak and see what you need to see, and then you can come back and we can get the hell out.
And the 3 of us can stay with the horses and wait.
I'm not incapable of remaining stealthy. Hunting monsters in Bravadas sometimes requires light footstep.
If you're confident, then Omnek, I, and Conrad can stay with the horses.
I'd still prefer to hike in more. 'Cause
Well,
again,
yes.
Yeah, I'd say we leave the horses, move in as close as as Bree feels comfortable, have them go by themselves, and then we wait, and we wait for a signal if something goes wrong.
We'll
I
only be
prefer
able
to hike in more as I point at your leg.
We'll only be able to take the horses so far anyways with how rocky and steep the terrain will get once we get close.
Horses are loud.
Ephialtes can guard the rest when we leave them.
The signal, if the hobgoblins are flying a black banner, means that they intend war. Simple sign.
Black
I
banner.
forgot the video you sent me.
A banner of pure black
Well,
is their sign.
I was like, huh. Oh, hi. How are you?
Are
A
there
banner of pure black is their sign.
Are there any other banners of significance or?
No,
We'll tell you about it.
they will have heraldry to signify different houses and war camps and warlords, or however they decide to divide themselves. But
They normally the Red Hand are different because it's kind of like a mercenary company that's freelance. But yeah, normal hobgoblin units, when they go to war, they fall underneath a warlord who gathers them together, and then they wage war. That's how they were trained and made. That's what they were made for by the Dark Dwarves.
we've only confirmed the red hand, so you'll see a flag with a red hand of some variety. But the pure black banner means war.
I'll make note to look for that, and I'll make note of any other banners we possibly see when we're there.
That sounds like the beginnings of a solid plan.
Then let's gather some supplies and figure out the logistics and get going as soon as we can.
And not burn down the Black Forest.
And it's gonna be a long ride, which means me being a plate mail ain't gonna work. So I'm gonna go home and basically go down to just a breastplate. It should be just fine for there.
That's what I tend to use.
Do I know about how long of a horse ride it would be to get within a few miles or so of where their camp is?
Make a survival check based on looking at the map and your experience. Make it a survival int check.
Ooh, that's worse.
Kneecap.
Do I get anything for forest being my
Favorite terrain?
favorite terrain?
I don't know.
Let me look.
I know the Unearthed Arcana. I don't know the book.
Okay, your proficiency bonus is doubled for
Yeah.
proficiency skills when you make an int or wisdom check relating to it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. And it was a survival check.
Yeah, using int as your modifier.
So
She will survive.
18.
An 18. You actually know of a dry and run out like a creek bed that could get you actually pretty close to where you need. The creek bed is about maybe 5 hours worth of a ride to get to the beginning of it. But for the most part, you can then take the horses up that, which it gets pretty steep at the end, so you'll have to abandon them about maybe a half a mile up the creek, and then they'll have to be in from foot in there. But that should put you within about a mile and a quarter or so of the outlook on the mountain.
So question for you. If I'm breaking down my armor to just breastplate, would I be able to, would it be too much to put the, that's still the same weight either way, never mind.
You have to carry it.
Well, keep
Sorry, I was wondering
walk
if...
with me through
sorry.
it.
If I basically go down to just wearing a breastplate because it's hot outside, and I should be able to handle that. Could I put the rest of the armor on the horse that I'm with?
I mean, yeah, the horse could carry it, and you could then carry it.
It still takes time to don it, of course. But...
Yeah.
Okay.
You could take it about halfway. Of course, the horses are more than capable of carrying a significant amount of weight, anyways. You know, they're large, sturdy horses. So.
Beasts of burden.
Yeah.
I think I might. I'll just.
But you just have to take time to put it on, and then it doesn't really fix the issue of clambering through rocky and rugged terrain.
I wasn't thinking about putting it on
metal.
there. I was seeing if it could be done, and then I realized it was a 3-mile hike. I was like, ooh, yeah, no, I'm just gonna leave it at my tower.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll go down to just breastplate.
I would suggest actually leaving the town in full armor. There are multiple reasons for this. One, spies will think that we're moving in for an attack and not a recon mission, and two, the presence of heavily armored individuals leaving will sometimes bolster morale and let them know that we're here for them.
It's just a long ride from here to there, and it's bloody hot out.
Once we're out of sight of town, we download our gear.
That's not a bad idea. That's a good idea. I'll do that.
72 years of experience should count for something.
Like burning down a building.
I didn't do that.
He eventually had a good idea. Just give it to him.
You're 72.
Yeah, he's the only. Yeah, you're the only person older than me here.
You're not human, are you?
No. I hoped that the blue hair and the glittery skin would have given it away.
I didn't know you had blue hair.
Oh.
I've been
Oh,
flinging.
yeah, you were here.
Yeah, that's true, and I've just been flinging pretty boy insults at you this whole time, so that's about it. That's fair enough.
Don't worry, Conrad. You don't look a day over 65.
You see Conrad stop. And... Damn it! I'll look my age then. Well,
Then, food
we just ate food.
to take with us. I know you haven't marched on an empty stomach lately, but it's not a fun thing.
Not in 7 years. 8 years. Food. We can Bree, does your dad still make jerky?
Yeah, we sell jerky and all kinds of meats.
And if we could get some bread from your place, that'd be good enough.
There was an unfortunate incident a few years ago, and Ephialtes is a bit shy around jerky. I'm pretty sure he thinks it's all horse meat.
What the hell did you do to that horse?
Did you feed your horse meat?
Horse is actually quite delicious.
That's the conversation that Ephialtes overheard. More or less.
So Fuso's like, so, you can have this conversation anywhere, not necessarily in my office in presence.
Oh shit! Sorry.
That's fair.
Sorry.
So, to formalize plans here, we need signs of their leadership, signs of outside influence if possible, their defenses, and the target. And if you can, strike any kind of a blow, or even have a chance to capture the leader of the Red Hand mercenary unit.
Leaders, outside influence, defenses.
Ooh.
Which the leader's name is Lucrun.
Lucra?
Lucrun.
Lucra.
Yeah, like Lucrun. Lucrun.
Spelled like it sounds.
Yep. Exactly.
So leaders, outside influence, and defenses. I know, but I want everyone to mark it down.
Oh,
so.
these diligent note takers.
Yay!
You notice I don't consult my notes during the game, though.
Well, I wrote
Aren't
down
you fucking special?
I wrote down just Iva Dismal's name with no other context, and I was like, what is this word?
Oh, I use OneNote on my tablet, and these guys have seen it after like a portion of a campaign, and it's just a moving story that kind of goes.
So no, what he's not describing is that yes, it's just one paper, but what happens is that paper is really long because it doesn't go this way; it goes this way.
Yeah, it kind of goes this way,
And it spreads off, and at one point it definitely goes, and then back down,
yeah.
and you're just like, what
Yeah,
the
I'm
hell?
gonna try and like move it to
Almost
separate
push
the
me in the head.
chapter.
It's a creative brain.
It's quite
Yeah, it's
interesting
just
to
a
look
mess.
at.
Smacked Rowan in the mouth.
Damn.
Mike doesn't have great situational awareness.
Yeah.
He's a gesticulator.
It actually
Yeah.
explains a lot when
Yeah.
you think about how he like runs into stuff and like,
Yeah. Or
How we can
or
claim
how
that
he-
about 50% of the technical difficulties are just Mike accidentally unplugging the internet.
I'm telling you, every time he leaves the apartment, I give him about a 50% chance he dies.
Wow.
Is it wrong? I completely agree with that number.
Well, I mean, you've been
That
out
is
more
wrong.
than a few hundred
Have faith in
times.
yourself.
I've only been hit 5 times walking to work.
I was just gonna
By
say, how
vehicle?
many cars have you been hit by?
That's,
In Reno, 5.
that's
Total
five. That's 5.
7.
That's 7.
You're rolling
more
high
than
on the
you
saves
should.
at least.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So he
Um,
excuses you from his office, from his quarters.
Yes,
That's right, he
your
does.
excuse.
Yuri. I believe you're pronouncing it incorrectly, by the way. In the original Draconic, it's Omek.
Olmec?
Omek.
Olmec. Yeah, I've never really studied Dragon, Ken. Thank you.
Jeez.
Oh my.
Prepare through the light.
Yes, Kenku. Omak.
Omek.
Omak Drakari.
Omak Drakari.
shouldn't be surprised, but flawless pronunciation. Well done.
Well done. You are very welcome.
So what's the general plan here, the consensus?
So it seems we'll want to travel light, quietly, accomplish our goals, and not overextend ourselves, yes?
Sounds like a.
Seems simple for now.
Oh,
It's
excellent.
not terribly far away, so I don't know how much we need to worry about bringing food and whatnot with us, but it's
like
not a
to
bad idea to
assume-
have some.
I like to assume that short trips often become long trips.
But we have Bree. She can go hunting if necessary.
It's also true.
I'd
Quite good
say
at that.
I'd say a package of the jerky and a couple loaves of bread and some water.
I'll go get some jerky. I'll make sure to explain to Ephialtes that it is not horse jerky.
He'll appreciate it.
Recon. Strike the blow.
That is the most complete sentence I've ever heard you say that meant something.
Honestly, you just give him a year or two and he's gonna be talking just like us.
That scares me.
Literally, just like us.
Just like us in many voices.
I feel that
Yeah.
you're going to be far more useful on this endeavor than I might be, so I'm excited for that.
I'm gonna head back to the Gracious Boar and get a good-sized pouch of jerky for each of us.
Okay.
In Bree's voice. That's true.
Bree, is that you?
No, I'm stealing stuff. Stay up there.
Oh, well, write it down on the ledger so I can at least keep track of it.
Okay, Grandpa. I love you. See you later. And then I'll just head out without writing it down.
Awesome. Awesome sauce. All right.
Ariel will volunteer to go back to the Hobbled Night, especially if Conrad doesn't want to see his daughter again.
I'm going to get some. You're not going to get the bread. I'll start there.
I was going to pay for it.
I'm paying for it too.
Perhaps you should just have a spokesman, somebody who tells her you're gone and there's nothing they can do about it.
That's what I'm volunteering for.
See, the problem is, I agree with that, but whoever tells her is in danger for their life.
Didn't
Because
you
it's
tell
all
me
fine and
yesterday?
good. It's all fine and good until she starts getting knives. You've seen her with a plate, but what I didn't tell you is the wife was deadly accurate with a knife.
I think
swear I
I'm
was-
fine.
You didn't see it. When she was having her, she was sitting in a rocking chair, leaning back. She had 3 kitchen knives on her belly. There's a mouse that run across.
I find it very intriguing that your war stories are about your marriage and not the last bastion.
Quite honestly, I wish I had met this woman with every story I continue to hear. But seriously, Conrad, help them get ready. I can get the bread.
All right.
I walk up and I tug on the other side of your plane.
I look down at you.
Daughter.
What?
Daughter.
My daughter talks.
Talks. Daughter.
You want me to talk? You want to talk to my daughter?
You want to talk to my daughter?
You got a piece of paper? Because I ain't know what you're saying. Same notes.
Yeah, so they provide horses for you.
All right.
Regular
They
riding
give
horses
you
for the short ones?
3, 4, 5. They give you 6 horses, and they you get basically half size. They're used to halflings living in town. There's a large percentage of the population in Stockland that's halfling, so they're used to it.
Oh.
And plus she owns her own horse, I believe, anyways.
Well, I just assume you were
So
to follow
they
here.
provide 2, 3. Actually, you should probably have your own horse too. So
yeah, I do.
Talk. Daughter.
3.
Wait, no, I gotta go anyway. I'm getting my own damn horse.
So they're providing 3 extra horses?
3 extra horses.
Well, 3 horses, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, a note for
You
me!
didn't make the noise. Meh.
That's not the noise.
You know what noise. You know what it's supposed to be. There you go.
So the two of us go back to the Hobbled.
wants to see like why that's so great, just go back and look at our highlights channel.
Well,
Clip that one and we'll add it to it.
Yep. Just we're gonna call them Alexisms.
Alex. I like it. Okay. So we head back then?
Yeah.
You and me?
You guys want to meet at the gate like 10 minutes from now or 20 minutes from now or something?
Yeah, that's a good
Get
idea.
all the supplies.
3 hours later.
The priests of Ishtar, do they tend to do their religious rites in the morning, or?
Yes, typically.
It's amazing we don't see eye to eye on so many things, considering some of the similarities.
There is some crossover, but Ishtar has a more wild opinion of the world.
I met a paladin of Ishtar once.
Your rigidity is... it grates.
The paladin said the same thing. So
I understand.
I didn't understand. It took me weeks to even realize that she was a paladin.
Well, it's oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
But handy in a battle and quick to the charge, even quicker than me.
Paladins of their order is... yes, they have a fondness for the fight.
I don't share the same luster for combat.
Nature's kind of battle. You shouldn't shy away. And how else will you stand against the tyrannical and the evil in the world? You have to be willing to fight. Might as well embrace it.
I don't disagree with you. I just think that our order is more focused on an inspiring presence than on a heavy hand.
That's why we can work well together. But you understand.
Are you originally from Bravadis?
No. I traveled a lot in my youth. My family has a long line in Emirath, but was long ago removed from them.
Well, you're welcome here. I'm sure most people would agree with that statement.
The church saved me from a much worse fate. So it could have been I could be a very different man, or more likely, a very dead skeleton somewhere. If it weren't for fate and the guiding of Ishtar.
We were definitely brought to our religions differently.
Yes, I was brought to mine in a dungeon.
This sounds like a story I'd love to hear over a campfire someday.
Maybe some night.
Great, well, where are they? How long does it take to get bread?
Who knows?
As I'm heading to the gate to meet everybody, I want to find any like stray cats or dogs or and stuff, and just tell and give them directions to Wendy's house. So all the little animals go gather in like the backyard where like all the other cats and stuff were
The cats are going to be like, what is this?
I require food.
I require 3 treats.
I require 3.
I see that going way out of control. They go out there to the front of their house and there's like 30 animals. Just
Wendy is going to be so excited though.
Good thing the paladin gave them 4 gold, because that should be enough to feed that many animals.
For a day.
That's a lot of money.
walk with the animals, talk with the animals, speak and swap with the animals.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I mean they're more than agreeable. Most of the strays and stuff, especially cats, know each other, so they just all kind of agree to go over there and hang out, meet her. They're like, she sounds great, and they just they go over, and you watch a couple of them climb up on the fence lines and up on the sidewalks and head in that direction.
And I'll give each one of them a little bit of jerky out of my package.
Yeah, they're very happy with that. They take it with them.
So are you just going to get your horse, or are you coming inside?
I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna go inside and go into my room,
and you're going to see me coming back with an envelope.
Okay. So while Conrad's doing that, Erie will try to find his daughter and put in an order for, I'd say, 1 loaf of bread for everybody. A couple canteens of water if she has them.
She's like, why?
Oh, no.
Well, the city guard is having us do just one more thing for them, and we needed some rations because we have to take a short ride. You know, it's kind of like a picnic. Really? With a bit of work?
Picnic.
A bit of a picnic.
Really?
Recon.
I said a bit of a picnic. We have to eat when we go out and, actually do what they asked us to do, which is some recon.
You hear recon, and she's hearing recon in her father's voice. That's amazing.
Daughter.
Fine.
Thank you.
She just walks through the back room, comes back with bread, hands it to you.
So as she puts it away, she'll pull out a small satchel and drop it on the counter with a thud. And that should cover it. We'll bring him back in one piece, I promise.
Or else.
I'm very aware of how much you care about each other. Trust me, I'll get him back to you in one piece.
It's not just about caring. The man made promises that this would stop, and he breaks them all the time.
You know he has a good...
All the time.
He's trying to help people. You know he's got a good heart.
It's gonna get him killed way too soon.
Well, I'll sacrifice whatever I can to make sure that doesn't happen. And she leaves. The bag has 5 gold in it.
All right. She takes it, counts it. It's good.
Turns around with the bread to see Conrad coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. We'll head back to the stables.
Cool. So I walk out, head over to my horse, unlatch it, and kind of start walking along with you guys.
Cool. All right.
We all go meet up at the gates.
What's your horse's name?
Whoop-de-doo.
It's Stratus.
Stratus?
Stratus.
Strabalawalas?
Stratus.
No, his is pronounceable, bro.
I know, it's easy.
Stratus.
That's what I get for picking names in Celestial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm lost off of this.
Up and up on it then.
EpiPen. I like
that
that.
was
EpiPen
such
was
a
the
good
best.
moment. It was gorgeous.
So, any last exchanges or anything last minute before? Because you're all gathered there near the job board by the rusty tankard, and all people are just kind of there's a crowd of people just kind of hanging out.
Petting Ephialtes on the nose, be like, "It's okay. The jerky I brought is not from any creatures nearly as gorgeous as you are."
His ears perk up, and he believes you.
I'm going to hand the envelope I have over to Erie.
If anything happens and I don't make it, give that to my daughter.
Of course, he has a death letter.
Of course, but you're making it through this.
Oh, don't worry, I ain't giving up. Whatever gets me is gonna die doing it. I can tell you that. But I didn't go through this many battles and a war to not have a letter just in case.
It may seem overdramatic, but it's pretty common practice for most soldiers.
It's not about it being overdramatic. It makes perfect logical sense. I'm just saying, Conrad, you're gonna come back for this, okay?
Absolutely, just in case.
Good.
Just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
Well, we ride towards danger and the uncertainty of a possible war, but I have to be honest, it's a good bunch of people. You're all talented and good. And I think that is important. I'm happy to be with you.
It's going to be good to stretch my legs again. I've been in the cathedral for too long.
I thought you were gonna say you've been in a box too long.
That too.
Well, the box was actually only a few hours, but and the timing of that was pretty miraculous. You'd all have to admit.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I've had a pretty exciting life, I'd like to say, but you people are probably the most interesting ones I've ever met. So, yeah, I think this is gonna be fun.
Wait here
Fun.
for a minute.
Yes.
We will be back, I promise.
Well said.
So Bree leads the way then?
All right, sidekicks, let's go.
Nice.
Wait a second.
So, with a kick of... Whoop, accidentally closed something I wasn't supposed to. Okay. So
I
the
thought
kick
you were
to-
rolling
with the
for
kick of-
damage.
with the kick of the flanks of the horses and the pull on the reins, you head out and cross the bridge to the other side and follow the map, heading in the direction of the supposed encampment of the Red Hand Orcs.
So very important question. Did we each get our own horse? Are we riding with other people? Did
You
we
got
have
your own horses.
Oh, we got our own horses?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
touched up on it.
Little
Ponies
kenku.
or actual horses?
No, they're ponies.
Little kenku on the vehicle.
It's a large population of halflings in Stockwind, so they're
Yeah,
used to having
I
smaller
figured.
horses.
I guess I should probably have a horse and name it and stuff.
Yep.
It's a little bit late now. Now you have a horse.
Yeah, I have
And now
a
it's
horse.
named.
Yeah. So what's his name?
All
What's his
right.
name? What's his name? Quick.
All right.
Pumpernickel.
Okay. It's a Percheron because you need a big ass horse for a big ass dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Black socks, black mane, black tail,
Of course.
gray body. His name is Argent, which is silver in Latin.
Mm-hmm.
They get
I like
progressively easier to say. I like this.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
So heading out into the unknown, onto the dangerous roads and the dense surrounding black forest that is encompasses all the outside of the lake, heading towards the looming King's Triumph Mountains and Mount Helton. The day is hot. The sun is still high in the air, and the wildlife is everywhere, bounding and growing deer, squirrels, and overgrowth and undergrowth, and even along the sides of the road. Certain places, puddles of water have built up as you splash through them on their horses, kicking up mud. You pass a couple of merchant wagons and some people who give you the road, give you the space you need, and allow you to pass by. After a few hours, the sight of the large formation of rocks and outcroppings and the large valley and creek bed that runs up to it that you're aware of comes in the sight, and you take the turn and direct everybody to go onto this dry creek bed. And you basically climb it for a while with little interruption, with little issue, until finally the boulders and get large enough that they become more or less impassable to take the horses, and at that point you find a nice spot with shade and tie up the animals and decide from that point forward what you're going to carry and take with you up the rest of the 3-mile hike.
I start. So I take all of my armor off and pull out some more rugged clothing. And I put that on, and then I detach the breastplate from my full suit. Put that on, and then neatly stow away the rest of the armor.
Okay.
And I'll take I have a small shield. I'll take that and sling that over my back, over the top of my cloak.
I do something very similar. Basically, I unhook everything, redress, throwing on just the leather, and then just the breastplate, leaving the chainmail and all my other pieces, leaving off the pauldrons even.
Madame Fluke says, Mr. Hiking Pants.
I know.
And I take my shield and I launch it onto my back for the first time, and just kind of grab a traveler's cloak and basically throw it over to kind of provide a little bit more shade.
Okay.
And hike up a hood and get ready.
Do I know about how long the 3-mile hike will take us?
Depends on your travel pace. Depends on everybody else. You can't really guesstimate based on, you don't really know everybody else outside Conrad's limitations. He could probably slow it down. There are some tricky spots up ahead that you know of, some overlooks and some flood spots where a lot of trees and have been pulled in there over the last spring. that the creek was blocked off and filled with all this rubble from a major like rock slide.
Okay. Well, I will go ahead and cast Pass Without Trace on us so that we can move the last bit of this journey more stealthily.
Okay, so you guys, what kind of pace are you traveling at?
What time of day is it?
It's pushing like close to evening-ish. It's like you guys left town at like 2:40ish, 3 p.m. or 5. It's like 6 p.m.
Whatever pace Breeze
Sundown
sets
should be
for
pretty
us.
late though right now, right?
Yeah, it's the sun's going down at like 8 p.m.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll just try to match pace with that breeze best I can.
Yep.
Yeah, you're guessing a couple of hours depending on any other kind of issues or complications.
You're the ranger. You set the pace.
So Pass Without Trace will last for an hour, so I'd probably wait until we're about, I don't know,
I'd say
mile?
30 minutes or yeah, I'd say about if you can tell
A
the
mile
distance.
out, because I think at that point we'll probably leave everybody else behind, and then just Scrape and I will go on after that.
Yeah, we'll camp out.
If you move at a super slow pace, then you're probably, if you move at the kind of pace necessary to make sure you're aware of your surroundings, you won't be able to make it halfway up before it's dark. If
So
you are all
because
being
I'm-
careful.
So because I'm in my favored terrain, I should be able to stay perceptive even if we're moving more quickly.
You will be able to.
Right,
Not
so I'll
you will
lead
be.
everybody else.
Yeah.
It'll also make us less quiet the faster we move.
But she's basically saying she's not worried about stealth till we get like within that mile mark.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we can still try to be stealthy, but I'll wait to cast Pass Without a Trace until we get about a mile out.
Yeah, at slow pace, you make about 2 miles in an hour.
Okay.
And 18 in a day. And you're able to use stealth. But if you guys are going at a normal pace, then there's no penalties, and you do about 3 miles in an hour.
Okay, so I think we'll go slow and stealthy for the first hour so that we get a mile out from where we think the camp is. Okay, so we'll do stealthy for the first one, but
Yeah,
without
from where
Pass
you,
Without a
from the
Trace.
perspective that you are, you can't see any direct signs. It is
Okay.
the mountain is covered in dense pine forest and overgrowth and large rocks, outcroppings, and hanging boulders. From the point that you're at now, it's going to take a lot of work to get all the way up there. But it's better than taking the risk of being noticed. You're pretty sure that if they're not familiar with this territory, then they probably don't know about this dried out creek bed. So it does give you that advantage.
Alright. Yeah, so I think we just go stealthy for the first 2 miles, and then I'll cast Pass Without a Trace once we get about 2 miles from our current location.
And did we agree what the signal was before you leave, all of us?
What's going to be the signal if everything goes foobar?
Well, if you're casting a spell that will make us much more stealthy, then we could travel together. There's no reason to split up at that point.
I still worry about it not being enough.
Well, then you could travel slightly ahead of us, but within range of eyesight.
Scrape and her are gonna do the best, though. We should stay back. This is what we discussed.
Yeah. Being in the dense woods, it's within eyesight is going to be like 30 feet away, 40 feet away, with all the undergrowth and trees.
My betrothed was a ranger of some renown as well, and through the use of that spell, we were capable of being practically unseen, even in full plate armor.
Conrad's not gonna be able to make it, Ezra. Even with a spell. You might be able to go with them, but Omnic, me, and Ezra, Conrad should stay back.
Smaller the group, the better it is to not get noticed. So you three, if you want, you go with them. You provide the muscle if needed, and you can send out a signal. Because if things hit the fan, I know you're gonna.
Well, then I suppose the signal would be a blinding light.
I'll be looking for it. I've seen it before.
Alright, yeah, so I'm still gonna wait to cast Pass Without a Trace. But yeah, let's move stealthy for the first 2 miles.
Let's do it.
So you setting up like a base camp here at the 3 mile mark to get to the top?
Yeah. When did you want to leave us? You want to leave us behind at the 3 mile mark?
Or did you?
So that's where you are now.
Yeah, because we put the 3 mile mark is where the horses are, right?
Yes.
Oh no,
Alright.
we want to.
No, we want to go within the first mile, then pass without trace, and then we want to be close enough that we can stay hidden.
Yeah.
Let them go, and if they need it, if they
3
need help,
miles
we
is,
can
is
get there.
too far
too
in
far.
case we get into
That was the
trouble.
plan, I thought, right?
That is the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll go.
Determine what a reasonable time is.
Yeah, we'll go 2 miles, leave the unstealthy ones behind, and then the rest of us will go the rest of the way.
Yeah.
So you want to leave them a mile away, because that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
That's, if you go 2 miles and it's a 3 mile hike, then you're leaving them a mile away.
we're not going
So a point in this terrain, if they're a mile away, not only will they not be able to see or hear any calls for help, but there's no way they would make it to you in time to offer any
that's
assistance.
that's where I thought basically the plan was for us to hike up 2 miles, then you cast pass without trace. We continue on till we can see the place, and then we stop.
Oh, okay.
You guys continue
Okay.
in, and
Yeah.
we can, if there's a blinding
sounds
light,
good.
we can come in with the
Okay.
reinforcements.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I like that. So yeah, once we go 2 miles, then I'll cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay.
The logic that's confounding me is the fact that if this place is so hard to get to, then it would be hard to maintain supplies and things here as well. There must be a road.
Probably from the area, the way that we don't want to approach, though.
Oh, I'd agree. We should be on the lookout for that.
Hopefully this recon mission will shed light on that.
Parathor sheds light on all things.
He always has to sneak it in there.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, so just make sure we're all on the same page here. You're going to take the about hour, 2 hours or so, heading towards evening to go up there.
Mm-hmm.
About 2 miles, you pass without a trace. It should get you. You're assuming based on terrain for you, it would get you. You'd have no problem. But since you're bringing all these people along, it should last you the hour necessary to get that last mile quarter or so. Because once you're down past the coming up this backside is what's causing a problem. If you were going up at the opposite side, you'd be able to find game trails and be able to go up, and it's a common hunting area.
Do you even want to wait a little bit longer than just the 2 miles? And maybe wait 2.5 miles before because we're moving at a slow pace, so we have our perception still.
But this
Yeah, but they'll probably have scouts and stuff out that far.
Yeah, you're right.
they might have lookouts or scouts, or they might just be a hunting patrol or
If all
something,
else
or people
fails,
coming
I'll
in.
Cast it again.
So, do you want them to be within? Are you trying to separate yourselves from the main group at about the first signs of real, encampment, or?
Yes.
So what do you guys want to use
Yeah.
as that determining factor?
First signs of real encampment.
Encampment, or if we spot a scout or a party, or if we are able to perceive them before they perceive us.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I'll be
Alright.
able to perceive pretty
Okay.
well,
Or
and I'll lead ahead
or
a
if
little
we-
bit.
I just want to know, because it could be you
Or-
could run into your first patrol a half mile away from here. You never
Right.
know.
Yeah. Or if we start seeing signs like burning campfires or
Yeah.
And-
Okay.
Yeah, just any sign of our quarry.
Okay, I got you. All right, just want to make sure. So, you all begin heading up. It's a hard climb. You find many difficult situations in which you have to employ rope to get up sheer rocks, and the size of these boulders and where they came down from they're massive pieces of granite that have shifted and tore up the ground and rolled down. There's areas where large boulders had knocked over several trees and they piled up at the end. You do start to see finally the small trickling of water that's leaking up from the dammed section well up above. It's a tough climb, so I need Constitution saving throws from everybody. DC 11.
So one of my abilities allows them to add to their saving throws.
Your aura, right?
Yeah, my aura.
Mm-hmm. So +2, right?
+3 bonus.
+3 to
on all
everybody within
saving
30
throws.
feet.
It's only within 10 feet.
10 feet.
But I imagine that, you know, we're kind of packed in pretty close if we're trying to stay quiet. And
I would say everybody but Bree would probably
Sure.
be within range of that, because you guys purposely said you wanted her to be a little bit ahead of you anyways.
Right. Okay. What was the pass? 13?
11. DC 11.
Okay.
No. I did it.
Good.
Yeah, I passed with his help.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
I passed.
Okay.
I feel.
So,
Did you roll a 1?
Wait, what did your spell do?
I give you
+3.
a +3 bonus to the save.
Oh,
Oh, you're
I
fine.
just made it.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I roll a 3 plus 3 is 6 plus my 6 is 12. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I got a 7 with his, and mine is 5, so 12. But right on there.
Paladins, man.
so the first mile, you basically all make your way up just fine. The land is starting to like kind of even out a bit, and there's way less debris and rubble like at this spot. More forest, and you start to smell. You can smell a fire, but you're not exactly sure where it's coming from. But you know it's definitely coming from up ahead, maybe within 2 miles somewhere. You're pretty familiar with the areas. You've hunted in the forest a bunch of times already. On one occasion, you all get startled as like a nice large stag just kind of tumbles out of the underbrush and bounds across a couple of rocks and reaches the other side.
I fight the urge not to hunt it.
Must not chase.
Would be so easy.
Bloodlust.
Yeah, bloodlust. Finally, as night approaches, you see a small fire kind of tucked away into the back corner of you can see the glow from it kind of projecting outwards. And
I
you
hold my hand up to motion to them all to stop.
Yeah. Then you hear some voices kind of in low tones talking to one another. Sounds like there's maybe 3 of them. And as you're getting closer in this kind of dense wooded area, you realize that you've come over the top and kind of moved slightly northwest off course, trying to avoid some of the terrain that you weren't sure that Conrad would be able to get around to make things easier on him. But you've come to a spot where there's a really old abandoned game trail and cabin that hasn't gotten used and it's covered in underbrush. But you can see that a lot of the brush has been purposely moved and set up to help block line of sight. And when you look up above, you see a huge cart log has been basically strung on ropes, and these spikes have been added to it. And these sorts of traps are pretty familiar to you. You've never seen them active before, but it feels very much like something that goblins would rig up to protect some of their more important homes and their dens.
So I'll kind of head back to the group, and at that point cast Pass Without Trace on everybody. And then I will stealth up closer and kind of motion to Scrape if he wants to come with. Go up closer and kind of see what's going on in the camp.
Yeah, as you motion Scrape forward.
Sneak up there with them.
As you motion Scrape forward, he looks around and he looks over at Eerie and he says, "Be quiet," as you cast Disguise Self, and he looks like his form starts to change and shift as he takes on the appearance of a little grovelly goblin with patchwork clothing and armor and a disgusted look on his face, green skin, wrinkles, ugly bat face looking thing. And it looks as though he has a morning star, and out of one of the holes in his clothing, you see a little rat poke its head out. as he steps forward to follow you, but you start shifting, kind of like you've seen goblins move. Yeah.
I guess we'll stealth up closer to try to get a better look.
Okay. So stealth checks then from everybody.
Yeah,
Stealth checks.
Ooh,
Add 10.
with disadvantage.
Yep.
Oh, so bad.
That's
No.
Yeah, I'll breastplate, you know.
Add 10, you said?
Yep. I got a 29.
I got a 30.
Ooh, that's one better than yours.
25.
I'm a big
That-
lunk
That's pretty good
with
too.
heavy armor on.
I got a
20.
I got a 22.
Nice.
I also got
I
a
know,
20.
with disadvantage.
That's
A
that's
20.
race now.
It's great.
I rolled a 6.
Nice.
Yeah, I rolled a 3.
She's like, everybody be quiet. Jeez.
Why are you yelling? We're supposed to be quiet, Bree.
What'd you get? Oh, I got a 20. Thanks.
Oh gosh, I was as bad as
Alright.
Conrad.
So you, yeah, no kidding, right? It's Hobbled. What's your excuse? So, you approach and get closer to the encampment, and you notice a couple of like snare traps and some trip wires attached to like some, basically just like these the forest goblins will sometimes make these little, they'll take like bells and stuff that they come across and like tie them to ropes and just put them out at night. So you can very carefully avoid those and direct everybody to avoid them. And you come out and come around the outside so you get a better look directly into this little like corner that they're packed in, and there's 4 goblins in there, and they're huddled around this fire, and they have like utensils and stuff, and they're wearing very basic armor, like patchwork leather and some studded leather. They have some spears and some short bows, but they're all basically huddled around this stew pot, just like talking to one another.
Nixian Starlight, thank you so much for the follow. And Nightmare 007, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the table. We
and-
appreciate having you here.
Yeah, we love you. Thank you so much.
I'm inspiration!
Oh, who gave him inspiration?
That would be a Zig rolling a 10 on the
Oh,
lucky
no,
number.
lucky
Finally
number.
got finally.
He only rolled like 80 times.
That was a long time.
Just setting up a
It
macro.
took a while.
So you should be able to avoid them as you kind of scan the area. You should be able to avoid them without having to confront them or deal
I
with them.
assume they're
anyway.
probably speaking to each other in Goblin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't speak Goblin, so. Okay, I'll sort of.
It'll be tough.
I'll probably head back and help everybody else get by and avoid the traps that I had seen the first time.
I'll whisper at you. Would this not be a target of opportunity? We can quietly take them out. Then we could get answers, and at the very least, we wouldn't have to deal with more of them later.
Can I?
At this point, it is getting pretty dark, so it's getting hard to see.
I have my
Where you
goggles
all
of
are
night
going.
that
I
can-
think the only the only person that is gonna really struggle with that is Conrad.
Dragonborn doesn't have night vision.
No.
No.
Weird.
Neither does the kenku, right?
Yeah, but I use my rat.
The rat does have
No.
night vision.
Can
I really don't think the rat's as good as having dark vision.
No.
But it has dark vision.
Can I kind of listen to see if I can hear any other creatures or people in the vicinity around us?
Yeah, you can do a check. Make a perception check.
Oh wait, no, I don't have advantage. I double my. Okay.
Yeah, you're in your favorite terrain.
Yes. So perception.
Oh, look at this terrain. It's my favorite.
I love
I
that
have
tree.
favorite terrain. It's my living room.
15.
I thought it was the battlefield.
It's a couch.
15.
15. You don't hear anything else. Just the sounds of basically night critters coming out as the evening is closing in the nighttime.
I don't hear anyone else around us. That might not be a bad idea to see what information we can glean here.
I can't with this kenku.
So what's the plan, the three of you?
Shall we try to take them out as quietly as we can then?
There's 5 of them. Just to remind you.
There's 5 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the 2 of you can be stealthy in combat. I don't know that we would be able to do anything other than charge and swing steel. But it would be pretty nice if this was the opportunity we needed. I'm gonna leave it to you.
There's nobody else around. We might be able to take them out without anybody noticing.
We're still all together, right?
Traps.
Yeah, we're hanging out. In the
Well,
back.
yeah, the 3 of us have gone up ahead a little ways.
Yeah.
Traps.
Yeah, what's up?
Send the kenku back. No, that's a terrible idea. I'll go back and let the rest of the party know what the plan seems to be, and we'll go from there.
What traps were there?
There were
There's the
like
log.
spike traps.
Listening back.
Like kind of was it kind of like the bear?
Like,
No, it was
Catcher
there
ones,
was
or-
there was a huge
there's the
a
log.
massive hanging log
Mhm.
that probably weighs like fucking 400 pounds with spikes on it, just held up aloft, and then there were the tripwires and
The bells.
the bells.
And were the tripwires for the log or the bell kind of
Shit,
thing?
no idea. You have no idea.
Sure.
I didn't examine them that closely. I just saw them enough to avoid them.
What components does that spell have?
So you come back down.
Yeah, come back down. 5 goblins in a small camp. Bree and I have decided that this would be a good possible target of opportunity if we can get all the information we need here. It would benefit us greatly. So the plan appears to be to go in and
Are you gonna try and capture one?
We should charge them only after the kenku and Bree have snuck around their flank, so that we push them into another ambush.
Well, I like the idea. There's something. Does anyone speak Goblin?
Only orc.
That's a problem.
I'm sure we can find some
I have a spell.
method of magic. Exactly. Priests often have to allow their gospel to reach the ears of people who don't understand them. There's magic for that.
Again, we're supposed to recon. We're supposed to find them and do the defenses. We're gonna have to move past them. Why fight unnecessarily and risk getting noticed and seen?
Kill
We're
them
going to need to
quickly.
question them regardless, so capturing one of them, this could work. And I can force them to speak the truth.
And I can hold one in place while we slaughter the rest.
We don't need to talk to them. Again, it was recon. We're reconning the base.
Conrad, they specifically asked us to try to capture somebody and get information.
Yeah, I just don't see these scouts knowing much of anything.
They'll know the
Scouts are
correct
good, yeah.
direction, and goblins are cowards.
You realize if we go in, it's going to have to be. We can't breathe fire. We can't use magic. We have to be incredibly simple about the way we take him out.
Bree is pretty confident that there's no one else nearby.
We're still not gonna light the damn forest on fire, Ezra. I'm just saying.
I agree, we shouldn't have to.
No magic, nothing.
Blades and bows should do the trick.
Nothing's gonna cause
Exactly.
a scene. No light.
We've already got a campfire.
We're not adding to it.
We won't need to. They're goblins. There's 5 of them.
I still am on the same side of this as Conrad is that I really think that we should be moving past them or looking for a better target, but
Putting scouts at our backs doesn't sound like a good idea either, though. They see in the dark, and from what I know, they prefer to move at night. So they'll be patrolling while we're walking towards camp.
We should eliminate them.
can you even see them well?
I can see practically as fine at night as I can during the day.
Alright. Does that apply for everyone?
No.
Not
No.
everyone's blessed like us.
There's a campfire lit, so once we get there, light won't be a problem.
Conrad, you have you have just as much military experience as he does. I don't. So I will side with you.
It depends. with something like this, yes, having scouts on your back isn't good. But if we're getting in and getting unseen, there's a risk we run about another party investigating this one. Or if we kill them now and we venture forth, and then their relief comes and finds their bodies, the alarms are rung, and now we're seen. That's what I'm worried about.
Even
Because
goblins don't find dead goblins strange.
You're forgetting a part. You're forgetting a part. They're organized. They're working together. They're being told what to do. I'm not worried about the goblins. I'm worried about what else is there. What else is telling them what to do. Structure with goblins is not okay.
Clear our retreat then. We should eliminate them.
We'll have to pass by them on the way back, and on the way back we may have a captive. They have to be eliminated.
If we can be quiet without killing them, trust me, I want to kill them. Don't get me wrong, but it may not be the right time. Again, you three were gonna venture off by yourselves. Us three were gonna sit here and move away from them and stay hidden.
We're not staying all the way back here while they dive even deeper. These goblins need to die, so we can all move forward and find the real encampment.
We can move around them. I'm just worried about seeing.
No. Because moving around them will almost guarantee we get caught.
And killing them is about goddamn the same. Because if another person comes, relieves them, and finds dead bodies, what's the first thing you do? Even if it's a goddamn goblin, you're gonna raise an alarm.
So we hide the bodies. If they're scouts, they don't have a relief. They're not guards. They're out here scouting.
We're going to kill them.
No, we're gonna take a vote.
I'm still up there listening to see if I hear
Bree-
anybody else.
Bree
approaching
voted
our
that we
position.
take care of them here.
Make a
I vote for
perception
that
check.
as well. Omek votes for that as well. That's 3.
Natural 20, so 30.
Solid.
So
No, Madam.
you actually do see something else. It looks like there's a covered cave. And it just so happens that while you're standing there, you hear there's some shuffling in the brush, and you see 2 large wargs come out of the cave. And they come out, and they grabs what looks like an old kill, and then they pull it back into the cave.
Wargs is them?
You didn't see nothing there. I want to get everyone back. If we're gonna do something like this, we're taking a vote.
The more movement we do, the more chance we have of being discovered. Cast your vote.
We're not gonna finish the vote because it's gonna be a tie.
The
I'm
kenku
gonna
has agreed with
look
me
at
and Bree.
Scrape and sort of just like make the be quiet sign and start heading back to the group.
Okay.
I'm voting with Conrad, and I'm sorry, Ezra, but I'm pretty sure I understand Scrape better than you. I want to hear his vote myself.
Okay.
No mistakes.
No, I'm not. We're not doing stupid mistakes.
It would be a mistake to leave them at our back. They scout, they
Absolutely.
leave.
You said your pieces. We're done.
Getting back to all of you guys. There's a cave not far off. I saw 2 wargs come out of it. I don't know how many more there are in there. I suggest we all be a lot quieter than we're currently being.
Goblins often ride wargs. I'm sure that's the way the scouts will retreat
If we
if they
make
have to.
any noise out here at all, they're gonna come for us and make a hell of a lot more noise than we've been making so far.
Are they fed?
They are.
Then, unless ordered, I don't see how the wargs will be a problem.
Wargs, and if they're not fed, we don't know what's in behind their cave. So
We don't know what's 60 feet from here. We have to tackle what we can see in front of us.
no, we gotta be smart and not fight what's in front of us. Because if we fight them, we alert what else is in there, and then it comes out. And then it becomes less of a recon mission and more of a stupid mission of us hitting everything in front of us.
That's right, kids. You'll be food for the
As
war.
as I like point at my goblin form. Food. War. Food.
I don't know if you'd be able to. Ward might listen to you, but you can't direct it with anything.
Work.
Olmec had started explaining a
You
battle
want
plan
to
that I think would work great.
Pull the wargs away.
Conrad, you are a wall. Stand in front of the cave. Block the wargs. Fight
Yes,
them.
And I have a question for you. Have you ever done any scout missions before?
Yes. I hunt monsters for a living.
You sure as hell ain't acting like it. Because any mission I went on, we did not engage the target before we arrived at the destination.
Conrad, this is the target.
This is not the target. We don't know. We need to make sure that this is their home before we do anything.
This sounds like a random scouting party. It's not the encampment. It's not the target.
And they will lead us to the encampment. They will give us information on the defenses. They will give us information on who is bankrolling them. This is exactly what we need. If we get it now, we don't have to go further into the woods.
We know, yes, we do. We have to get in there and find their defenses and view them for ourselves.
How
We don't have to view them for
close
ourselves
were
if I can guarantee the
the
truth
goblins
is spoken
next to
magically.
each other? They were inside like a little cabin, or were they just out?
It's a little open fire. There's basically like a large rock, like set of rocks that are like kind of to their left, which are blocking line of sight from coming up the hill from where you're, or coming up from where you are, the incline. And then they're basically on the opposite side of them is like a sheared, like sort of overhang from like just some dirt and grass and a bunch of trees and overbrush. And then just maybe like 20 feet from there is the cave where you saw that was like covered with brush and the wargs.
I mean, how close were like the goblins to each other?
To each other, they're pretty close to each other. They're all huddled around. It's a very small fire.
Okay.
They're like forest goblins. The fact that they're all like armored up and stuff is a little off-putting, but for the most part, like they're not dumb. They're very intelligent. Like, so they know small fires, night. And they're cooking a stew in a pot, so it's less. There's less room for the aroma to escape.
Goblins.
What?
Goblins.
They have food. What do you mean?
Warg.
You want to feed yourself to a warg?
Goblins.
Bree, do you know what he's talking about? Did you see
He wants
anything?
to feed the goblin bodies to the ward to cover our tracks.
Oh, are you getting messages? I'm just wondering because the network's being really weird. That's all. Just want to make sure.
Yes.
You're bad and you should feel bad. Yep, I got it, Andy. Got it.
Not that feeding the warg isn't bad. The thing is that I'm worried about is what's on the other side of the warg. Any noise will alert them. So it's less of us fighting them and more of us fighting them and whatever the fuck is in that cave.
More wargs.
Well, it could be.
Scouts will ride
Wargs
wargs.
are very perceptive and will hear us very easily, but
And
they're
they're-
also smart.
There
So,
could be more troops.
As you are all sitting there having this conversation and arguing with one another, you hear some chatter coming up from the side, coming from around the back where the warg cave is, coming from up the hill, and it sounds like there's more goblins coming. And you wait and listen. You can hear them coming down the trail, and they're being kind of loud and rambunctious, but 5 more kind of show up and join them at the camp.
Well, if we had an opportunity, it's gone now.
Agreed.
We may as well just make our way stealthily past.
Now we have no other option.
We didn't have an option in the first place.
So I guess we'll just try to keep kind of a wide berth around both the camp and the cave, and try to sneak by.
All 6 of you?
It's a good question. Do we continue on or not?
Or should we just go do the recon?
Because we have the main scouting party here. We can keep an eye on them if they move, things like that. I mean, there's not much we can really do. And it depends how far the encampment is from here. Because this is just the initial. The initial scout.
We need to move before we have any discussions, though.
Yeah, that's true. Then we've been saying let's move back, if anything, and start moving like a long way around. Because at the very least, we can choose to stop if we need to. But
I think the 3 of you stay here, and the 3 of us will move ahead. I think we must be getting close to the camp by now.
Okay.
I'm
just worried if I'm not close enough to help. If things go wrong.
If I fear we're getting too far, I can always come back and get you before we get too far away.
Alright.
Yeah, we'll try to. The three of us will try to stealth by.
So you're gonna go sneak by? Okay.
Taking a wide berth.
Those 10 goblins that showed up, were they riding wargs or no?
No, they weren't riding
Okay.
horses. They were walking. Okay.
Fireball is always an option.
Can anyone
It is always an
I
option.
want to go.
But no
It's
one
not
can
always.
cast it.
It's not always a good option. It is always an option. Yeah.
Thunderbolt's a better option because I just think it was a bolt of lightning. It was very, very frightening.
On this stormless night.
I turn to Bree and I say, "Look, cave, kenku, cave." In my goblin form.
You want to look at the cave. Oh, you guys
You
are
can tell us what's in there.
What happens if you can't communicate with goblins?
I trust you.
It changes your form. Does it change your smell?
Nope.
Okay.
No, probably not.
Probably not.
It'd be too good. If it did.
Would I know that wargs are intelligent enough to identify creatures based on smell?
Yes,
Dogs
for
do.
sure.
If you get too close, they'll be able to smell that you're not friends to them.
Mask the scent.
I think if we want to check out the wargs, we do it on our way back rather than our way there.
They can do an investigation checks against my spell save. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about smell. You can't change body type. You must adopt form. Basic arrangements. It appears to be like a visual thing. It doesn't really.
Interesting thing about body type, you have a beak. Just general curiosity on that one.
By
I just
body
don't
type,
consider
they
you
mean
like
like
limbs.
humanoid.
Oh, okay.
They mean it's got to be like
The same general size.
the same general
Oh,
size
okay.
parameters and like same amount of limbs
But
if
if a
possible.
goblin did get face to face with them, they get a nasty poke.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because
Yeah.
it still fit. Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
Because
Just
I've
an
never,
illusion.
I've never seen it cast, so I was just curious.
Yeah, the hand of someone who would normally touch you if you were appearing thinner than you actually are would bump your belly, kind of thing.
Mhm. So, what's the plan then?
I think we sneak past for now, but we might be able to sneak a peek at them on the way back.
All right.
Yeah,
Good
let's
call.
So,
stealth by.
yeah. So you basically go around the camp, avoid them, staying a healthy distance away from the caves, so the wargs can't pick up your scent. You find the trail that the other goblins took to come down, and it looks like it has been manufactured. So they definitely cut down trees, not a lot, but just enough to make the kind of trail that you could follow back to wherever they came from.
But this hadn't been there more than a month ago.
Yeah, maybe less than that. Some of them, the trees chopped down, dragged to the side, look pretty new. They're pretty fresh. So you follow that trail.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So following the trail brings you to after maybe 30 minutes or so, you're starting to get pretty near the cresting, and then you start to see the light from more fires kind of breaking through the trees up ahead along the trail, and you can see a set of large wooden palisades have been kind of running off to the sides, and that they've taken a whole bunch of brush and like piled it up to the palisades, and there seems to be a gate, and at the gate, which is closed, you can see that there seem to be two heavily armored probably hobgoblins. They're definitely humanoids that are kind of standing nearby. They have a fire kind of further down the trail, closer to your end. There's like two, not a fire directly, but there's kind of two torches that have been set in the ground out maybe 50 feet from where they are. And then you can now hear the sounds of like camp noise coming over. The longer you listen, you hear the clanging of like metal, and you're maybe even like the pounding of like forging being done.
So we'll probably try to stealth around the side to a point where we don't see guards, and then try to get closer to the fence.
Okay.
Is there like a perimeter fence?
From as far as you can see, it looks like that's what it's designed to be. You'd have to actually go around and see how far it goes.
Yeah.
You're aware that there are a lot of cave systems up here, like really deep caverns that run into the King's Triumph Mountains.
Are the goblins in front of the gate or up on the walls?
They're in front of the gate.
Okay.
You're not sure if they're goblins. They
Well,
look like humanoids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Does it look like they're from our vantage point? Have we seen anyone come in or out?
No. They're just standing there. They look fully alert though. They're both awake. They look like they're chatting with one another. They have shields and weapons nearby, but they're not directly on them at the moment.
It's a palisade, right? Or on like a wall with a walkway?
It's from their perspective, it just looks like a tall palisade.
Wooden P-word.
You can't see any up above it or on it, but you're still pretty far away as well.
Yeah, I think I would probably want to try to go around the side to where the guards wouldn't be able to see us if we got closer to the wall.
Okay, so you want to go around the outside and see how far the wall goes, staying outside of the guards, or... Okay.
Unless either of you guys have a better idea.
Don't explain.
Yeah, so you go around the outside, and yeah, it's a large... It's actually it's a really tall. They're like 15-foot tall pikes that have all been slammed together and made into this palisade from the trees around nearby. Most of what has been there has been cut down and made like almost a probably 50-yard zone from the palisade to the front, that if you try to cross it, there's a chance that you'll be seen. But it runs all the way up to like this narrow canyon entrance to where there's no way to get around the walls. Just hikes up in its canyon, and you're pretty sure that maybe there's some sort of cavern on the other side of it. There seems to be definitely an echo kind of carrying down through the area. But you don't see any guards up on the wall, so.
Okay, so like if I climbed up like the back wall, would it be possible to climb up there and kind of look down into the camp?
It might be. You don't mind going up the cliffside?
Mm-hmm.
Like all the way up the canyon, then looking down and going over, as opposed to just going up the palisade itself?
Yeah.
Because they run up flush to this canyon. They've basically turned this canyon entrance into a fortified position from the looks of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'd probably want to get as close to like the side of the cavern as possible, where the wall meets it, and see if I can climb up the fence at all.
It's about 15 feet, so.
Yeah, I want to be able to get up to a place where I'd be able to see into the camp.
Yeah, based on like the incline, you would have to find a really tall tree back behind you, which is possible if you look hard enough, probably, to where you can see over the top and beyond it. But there's nothing within like 50 yards. The closest the trees come is actually up the main trail.
Dark vision doesn't work very well either.
I reach over and I grab my rat and I hold him up. And then
You'll be able to use your rat to see better what's going on in there?
It's an intelligent rat. It led me to him, but how will it be able to tell us what it's seen?
Would you be able to draw a picture for us?
Nah.
Alright, do your thing, Scrape.
I set the rat down and I nudge
And I'll
it toward.
keep looking out to see if anyone comes near us while he's doing this.
I nudge the rat.
He kind of turns and looks at you and just then gives you that look you need, like he wants cheese.
I give him some jerky. That's all I've got. I don't have any cheese.
That's weird.
And hold the jerky to the rat.
The rat sniffs it. Decides good enough.
Pretty much anything's good enough for a rat.
Sits and kind of sits for a minute and starts eating it like bit by bit. There's a kind of thunder and a crash that travels through the canyons as it kind of comes down like a powerful wind. At first, you think it's a wind like gusting down from the valleys as like storms normally breach over, but there's a following pattern of rhythm to it, and then that's when you all realize that it's a chant carrying across the ravine.
This is a war party.
I'm guessing we can't understand it. It's probably in Goblin that they're chanting.
It's just too muddled.
Okay.
You're not sure. Like I said, at first you thought it was just like a wind picking up and carrying down through the valley from the top of like the mountains down to where you are, and but after a moment it happens on multiple occasions and you realize it's not a naturally occurring sound that's being carried. It's some sort of either chant or call or just some sort of maybe roaring sound. It's definitely coming from further beyond this fortification into the narrow valley area that they've kind of reinforced.
Mm-hmm.
So the rat finishes his food and runs up, goes in, finds a space that he can get underneath the gate, kind of goes around the two guards and goes inside.
I visually look through his eyes.
Okay. You see a guard post. There's like 4 tents and there's probably 12 hobgoblins on the inside. They're working on repairing their armor and eating, and some of them look like they're basically bedding down for the night. Beyond that, it looks like there's a path, like a direct, almost like a road, on the opposite side of the camp, and it goes into this very, very narrow, like pathway where it's maybe 2 people could stand shoulder to shoulder, and it continues just back that way for a while.
And as I pick up a stick and I like periodically like peek so I can start like mapping it out a little bit, using my experience with forgery. Yeah, tent square over there.
It's a very basic, just like outpost. Wherever the rest of the noise is coming from, it's coming from way further away than this narrow valley.
The middle valley.
Maybe these hobgoblins will know something.
The gate guards?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it occurs to me that they would have no need to hide the cave the wargs were in, unless maybe that cave went somewhere. Perhaps there's another way in.
Possible. Would I know if the caves down in this area would connect to caves anywhere else?
They might.
It is possible.
Taking the hobgoblins at the gates when their entire job is to sound an alarm if anything happens just seems like too big of a risk. And with this chanting from further back, I can only imagine that a war party is moving in. We may need to sound a retreat, assault the scouts, and get out. Take one with us. Otherwise, we assault the gates.
Did your rat see any, like banners or anything in there?
Did it? Did I?
Did we?
did we need?
You saw a variety of different equipment. Yeah, there's not necessarily banners, but there was definitely emblems on the tents, and there was there was 12 hobgoblins. Some of them were sitting around. Most of them didn't look like they were on guard. It looks like they're relying on the 2 at the gate, plus probably the goblins up ahead.
Yeah, but more locality emblems, no like solid black banner or anything like that.
No, it was just the red fist, clenched red gauntlet on all their equipment.
As I kind of sketch out a little fist in the dirt. Little fisty shape. What's up that in the dirt? Fist.
Quick little shout out though. Thanks for the raid, JT Stark. You wonderful individual.
JT Stark, and thank you for the sub.
JT Stark's in the
Love you
house.
guys.
You're amazing. Love you, man.
7 months.
Truth.
Also, welcome to the chat, Rowan Doyle.
Of the Gertie. 12 hobgoblins.
So,
such a fantastic
Hobgoblins.
So what do the 3 of you want to do? You have a palisade and a fortified outpost with 2 guards on the outside, plus 12 hobgoblins on the inside, blocking the way to a narrow path which leads beyond this valley and probably opens up into a much wider space deeper in the mountains.
The narrow path could lead anywhere.
Yeah, but we
Even
have
back
to get
home.
through 14 hobgoblins to get to it.
Would certainly be a battle. And considering how hesitant some of our party is to engage in any sort of combat, perhaps this is not a good idea.
1 little, 2 little, 3 little hobgoblins.
You've come up with little to no information that was requested of you at this point, though.
All we have is some of the defenses.
Do you think the chanting might be loud enough to drown out an alarm that these 2 guards could set before we were able to?
I can't speak for hobgoblin senses. I imagine they're similar to elves in some ways. But I don't know.
Goblins. Hobgoblins.
You want to lure them over here? That might work.
Do you still look like a goblin?
Yes.
Right? Scrape might be able to lure at least one of them this way. As a goblin, if he seemed distressed and sort of waved them over.
Subterfuge is a powerful tool. Let's use it.
We protest from a distance.
So what are you doing?
No, you cannot.
Do you want to see if you can get their attention?
I draw on the ground words. Words.
Like you draw words?
I draw the word words.
I was wondering where you're going with that because I was just like, wait, what?
So,
Maybe in a manly.
please help me. Copy that.
Please help me.
Do you think it will be strange for him to not speak in goblin to them?
I don't think there's anything we can do about
As
it.
I trot off.
Okay. Yeah, he's already gone anyways.
Yes.
Here he starts walking up the path.
Oh, there he goes.
So as you get closer, they kind of look over and they see you, and one of them hits the other one on the shoulder, and they pick up their weapons, and they start walking down the path towards you.
As I kind of wave him, and kind of wave and kind of look all goblin.
I'm gonna lean over to Bree and whisper, try to sneak around behind them before this starts.
I'll sneak around a little bit so that when they hit the edge of the trees, I'll be able to ambush them from behind.
Okay.
I'm gonna see how far they get, and then if they start to slow down, then I'm gonna bust out the line, kind of thing. I want to see how much far I can get away without using the line.
So they close about halfway from between you and the
How
and the
far
gate
is the
they're
gate
guarding.
from them then?
Like from them now?
Yeah.
25 feet because it's 50 feet.
Okay.
Please help me. As I kind of step off the road towards the bush.
Okay. So they kind of stagger and they slow, and they're having this conversation, and both of them look really confused about what's happening. And then one of them speaks out in Hobgoblin. And they continue going down the path. And it yells again, probably trying to get your attention, you don't know for sure. And then the first one, there's about 10 feet between them. And the first one gets within about 3 feet of the tree that you're hiding in.
As he gets close, I don't know exactly what he yelled after me, but I will use mimicry and use my kenku nature to perfectly mimic the call back to him.
Okay. So does that, and immediately they both stop in their tracks. And the first one, the front one, looks to the other one, says something to him in Hobgoblin, and then they both just kind of just start trotting down the trail. Both of them pass by you.
Oh, like towards him?
Yeah.
So after they get past me, I'll drop down out of the tree. At this point, are they next to each other again?
Yeah, there's like 3 feet between the two of them.
Alright, then I am going to cast Hail of Thorns with my bonus action. And at we'll do it at a 2nd level.
Ooh,
And
busting
I'm
it out.
gonna shoot my crossbow at the one closest to me. As long as they're within 5 feet of each other, it shouldn't matter.
Do it. Do it. Do the thing. Yeah.
Do the thing.
I'm gonna shoot the one closest to me.
Okay, so what's the spell do?
So if I hit the target, the target and each creature within 5 feet of it has to make a dexterity saving throw, and on a fail they'll take, since I did it at 2nd level, 2d10 piercing damage or half on a save.
Okay, so you have to roll the hit, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Roll to hit. Roll true.
18.
18.
Once I see that go off, I'll probably just charge
That's
straight
a
at
hit.
him.
Okay, and what do you want to do?
The one she didn't target,
Okay.
I'm just gonna spear him into a grapple and try to cover his mouth.
Okay.
So to the one I hit, it's 11 points of piercing damage, and then each of them has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Well, that's one pass for sure, and that one's a fail. So the thorns, they're thorns, right? Or are they arrows? Like, what does the spell look like?
It's like the.
So it's a rain of thorns sprout out from the original bolt that hit, so it's sort of like shrapnel.
Okay. All right. So it hits the first one, and he just outright is just killed, like immediately. He has no idea that you're there and doesn't have a shield raised to protect himself whatsoever. And then Ezra comes flying out of the tree line and attempts to spear the other goblin. So you need to roll a grapple check.
I would like to point out that I have the charger feat, and all that does is give me a +5 bonus to damage if I happen to charge. But I feel like I already kind of know what I'm doing here.
I just want to express that chat has deemed you Mr.
Doesn't
Goldberg.
Doesn't change the grapple check.
You know what? That's okay.
Athletics.
Well, how do I've actually never engaged in a grapple before. How do I do
Can you do me a
Athletics.
favor and check your message?
Athletics?
It's a contested
Twitch.
check, and he
Okay.
will contest with his.
Probably athletics.
Okay.
Yeah.
This could be good. If anybody would like to give me inspiration while I'm rolling this die, now would be the time to do
How
it.
long are you gonna hold that die?
2 more seconds.
I give you inspiration because I can.
No,
Yeah.
no, you can't. You're not there.
Oh.
I can though,
Well,
because I am
I feel
there.
very inspired.
I gave you inspiration
Oh, thank God.
because I'm there.
Okay.
You almost botched
Thank Azek. Thank you, Azek.
23 on the athletics check. The inspiration helped immensely.
Azek saved the
It
day.
did. Azig
All right,
saved
so
the
you
day.
beat him with an 8. You beat his 18 then.
Ooh.
Just tackle him to the ground and
Uh-huh.
toss my hand over his mouth.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to focus on holding him there and hope the other two do something.
He begins struggling, and he loses grip of both of his weapons, but he starts reaching down into his boot for like a dagger or something, you can see what he's trying to do.
Can I try?
Bonus action, dash and stab.
I don't want to kill him. We need to question him.
It's a double stab.
Non-lethal stabbing. Non-lethal stabbing.
So dual damage.
I stab him in a part he can live without.
What part is that? Do you have a part like that?
I don't know. He sure has a part like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Alex has a part like that too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, my
That's
ears.
arterial.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, he got his ears. You don't need ears. Well, we need to hear. I
Yeah,
got
we
one
need
of
to be
his
able
ears.
to ask him questions.
Well, you wandered off the path, so you can't really see what's going on
Oh,
directly because you walked away and were trying to lead them into the woods to begin with.
Yeah.
Am I close enough to then run up and kind of just clock him over the head with my crossbow?
Sure.
Non-lethally.
Less lethal.
Hobgoblin was having a great
It's
day.
called subdual damage, but whatever.
Subdual damage.
Dude, they could have been brothers.
I hope they were.
I don't know. What would I add to this?
Frankly, if they were.
Subdual damage, it's an improvised weapon attack, so your proficiency. Proficiency and...
I thought if it's improvised, you don't have
You're not
proficiency.
proficient.
Yeah.
It's a GM judgment. She's proficient in crossbows, but she's not using them in a traditional fashion.
Yeah.
So that's an Andrew.
Yeah. Technically, using them in a way that they're not designed to be used is improvisational by definition. But it's fine. You can add your proficiency to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Good old pistol whip.
16.
It'd be like trying to use a sword as a bow. You know, like it's like what? Wouldn't even work. You know? I don't care how good you are at using a sword. It doesn't work as a bow.
So, Jammer One has graciously offered to donate a 25% off special giveaway coupon, which we'll do towards the end of the evening.
Do you want
all right.
me to
Sounds
just
like a plan
start
to
it
me.
now and run it for
Might
the
as
rest of the
well.
evening?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Let's
we
do
can
that.
start it now.
Tell everybody how.
Yeah, we
It's
can
not like I'm
start
in
it now.
s-
Tell everybody how.
It's not like I'm in scene
Uh,
or anything.
Yeah. So,
So the
what'd you roll to hit?
16.
16. That is good enough. So you run up, clock him super hard, and it slides out.
I'll hold on to him for a little while longer, and get the other body. I'll carry him.
Make a survival check to hide it off the trail.
Okay. Let's see, that's 13.
13? Yeah, it's good enough.
Well, we have our captive.
Alright, the giveaway has started. The code is, it's a fudge giveaway. What do they gotta do to enter, Mike?
Exclamation ticket to enter on in. Everyone gets one ticket, and subscribers get a bonus multiplier to get that delicious food.
I hope you heard him.
If you didn't
Yeah.
hear him, exclamation point, the word ticket right afterwards. Go ahead and send that through. Subscribers have double the chance to win.
And
Yep.
the winner gets a 25% discount on fudge products ordered tonight within the next 24 hours.
Alright, they get a
Jammer.
coupon for
Yeah.
25%.
They just get a
Gotcha.
coupon for
Okay.
out, yeah,
Okay.
for 25% off.
Sure.
And that
Uh,
fudge
thanks to the-
is fantastic.
Yes, so good.
Generosity of our good friend and community member, Jim. 30 days.
30.
30 days.
30 days.
Okay. So what do you want to do with him?
He's unconscious. I'm going to.
Probably stay like that for a while.
Well, that's good. I'll bind his ankles and feet anyway.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Night, JT Stark. Thank you for coming by and raiding.
Good night. Thank
Later,
you.
bro.
And Sav,
16.
Save the
Sav
baby.
the baby.
Save the baby.
Save the baby. Thank you so much for the follow.
Yeah, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the table.
Make sure to join us on Discord. You can keep up with us during the week
I wonder if I know that,
and
Sav.
get extra details on our giveaways, shoot the crap with us, got all sorts of stuff. Nerdy.
And there's still a lot of people in the chat. If you're interested in this fudge coupon at all, just exclamation point, word ticket, send it through. No cost to enter. Everybody has
Yep.
a chance to win.
All you gotta do is follow us first.
So, again, what do you want to do with him?
Yeah, so 16 tied up, and then I think we're gonna sneak back towards the rest.
So sneak back past the goblin camp towards the rest of the group?
I thought we all went around and then we just went up
They're
ahead.
all still back closer to the goblins.
Oh.
Which, how far back was that? 30 minutes, I think?
Yeah, it was like 30 minutes.
It'll take us a little bit longer to get back with you carrying something.
He's
Maybe
not light.
we hide him in one of the caves nearby, and then we can go get everybody
Did it
and come
again.
back.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Could be a problem carrying him back and forth. He might not be able to give us the information we need, so we probably don't want to head all the way back just to have to come back out here again.
Okay. I think that's the best plan then.
Alright, so I'll kind of look around for a smallish cave that hopefully doesn't just extend back on and enter the
make a
rest of the
perception
cave
check.
system. Okay. It's a natural 1.
Nice.
But
You're lucky.
Yeah, you're lucky.
You're lucky.
I am lucky. Thank
You're
you.
lucky.
I forget that I'm playing a halfling. It's a natural 17. So
Much better.
27.
Man, you
Being
should
a
play
halfling is
halflings.
the
Yeah,
best.
You know what? He still would have rolled a 1.
I still would have rolled a 1.
Yeah.
But he would have had to roll 3 in a row.
I did not devastating.
He could have done it. He
would've done
rolled 2 additional ones today.
Every
They
time
were
we
on
play.
D6s, though, you know, we could get 1s on those.
Well, actually, yeah, you'd have to roll 4 ones in a row.
I think every time we played since that episode, he's rolled 2 1s in a session.
Mm.
It's
Of
super
some
unlikely.
sort.
But never 4 in a row. Yet.
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 You find a small little alcove that you can put them in.
I have one time Yahtzee 4 20s. That was one.
And then you guys make your way back to the other party members and collect them and
I
go
will
back.
want to have kind of like covered up the cave a little bit so it's not easily...
It's pretty out of the way.
Okay.
I'll stay there.
Yeah, it's out of the way. Someone would have to go looking for it purposely to find it.
Yeah, I'll stay there anyway.
I'll be able
just
to
in
make
case
my
he
way
wakes.
there much quicker if I'm by myself, so it might be a good idea for the 2 of you to stay here. And then if he wakes up, it's better for someone to be here.
Agreed.
Alright, yeah, so I'll leave them there and start quickly and stealthily heading back to everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, you find them all just kind of sitting there. They look like they're upset, like they weren't included in some sort of decision-making process. But, you know.
Conrad and Erie
They don't
particularly
know.
look pissed.
They don't know that any decisions were made.
Yeah.
Listen, decisions were made. But that's besides the point.
Everything's fine.
Alright, so you lead them back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'll lead them back to the cave.
Alright, so you get to this small little like alcove and cave area, and you see this bound, unconscious hobgoblin that's just like laying in there.
Well, we missed
So
a few
long
things.
story short, we took a prisoner.
Obviously.
And the alarms aren't raised, so that's good.
We did a very good job
For
at
now.
taking a prisoner.
I would like to point out that these were the gate guards, though, so at some point, an alarm will be raised.
Well,
Maybe
then,
just a search, but something will happen.
we best get to interrogating then, don't we?
Agreed.
I'll take out my water skin and splash water in his face to wake him up.
That rouses him. He just shakes his head, looks at you all,
Now,
looks
you
real
stay
worried.
quiet and answer our questions, we won't have to kill you.
He really looks like he doesn't understand the word you just said.
As a shot in the dark, I say, in orc, it's time for you to speak.
Get no response.
Yeah.
Well, we can go through the list. Do you understand Dwarven?
No.
That's it. That's all I've got.
That's the end of the list.
Wonderful.
I assume Celestial
I'll
won't work.
I'll speak out. I highly doubt it, but I'll speak Elvish and Sylvan.
Yeah, doesn't understand that.
Didn't
at all.
assume.
Alright, I grab him.
I speak violence.
What
The only language they understand!
what sort of like clothing is he in?
He's in armor.
right?
Yeah.
Alright, so I grab him by like the collar, I lift him, and put him against the wall.
Okay.
And use that to cast tongues on him, so everyone that hears him
That's
can
hot.
understand him.
Okay.
But
Will he be able to understand us though?
Yes,
Okay.
he can understand any language and
Okay.
anything he says. Everyone can understand, no matter what
I
he
see.
says.
Okay. Yeah.
Very nice. I like it.
It's pretty great for interrogation. Anyway,
Now I'll repeat. If you tell us what we want to know, we won't have to kill you.
yeah. So when I do that, there's like a flash from my knuckles, and he gets all mesmerized. And you guys wouldn't know it, but he tastes just a terrible taste.
it's like a very sulfury taste.
It's hard to describe. It's like pure bitterness dropped on your tongue.
Rough. Real rough.
Like just the oldest, most soured aperitif you've ever drank.
Well, while we're at it, I'll cast Zone of Truth. So I stand in front of him and begin to recite a prayer to Parathor in Celestial. And then at the end of it, I'll just reach forward and put my fingers on his forehead. And you'll see a light sigil appear for just a second and then vanish. He needs to make a Charisma save DC 15.
Okay.
This is the most charismatic hobgoblin, just like it was the most charismatic
Just
mimic.
like the mimic.
Look at the chiseled chin and everything. Like,
Well, he fails.
He will only be able to speak the truth now.
If he chooses to answer.
Yes.
Well, we'll start with a simple one. Where's your main camp?
He doesn't answer.
We'll start with something simpler.
All right.
Your name, friend.
Doesn't answer.
I reach
Squeeze a
down.
tiger.
Okay.
I reach down and I grab a hatchet. So I don't know about the rest of everyone here, but I'm content to do this.
My spell's in effect. I'll go watch outside.
Are we gonna talk or not?
He just shakes his head.
I'd go for a rib. Not to like hatchet, but like just kind of crack a rib.
Yeah, I kind of slide him and get along the wall.
Yeah. I crack him in the rib. Nothing?
No, he grunts. And it says, torture me all you like, I won't ever tell you anything.
Generally, that
Zone
means
of
that-
Truth is up.
Yeah, he's not gonna say nothing.
I have an idea.
That's what I was like. He ain't gonna
Just
say
because he
nothing.
thinks he's telling the truth now doesn't mean he might change his mind.
True,
So,
but yeah, that's valid.
I have an idea. This will be quite unpleasant, Hobgoblin. I hit him with a death ward, and then just start pummeling him.
Oh my god!
And this is why I'm not in the room.
Oh my god!
Alright, so how long do you want to beat him to death?
Till he's dead.
Okay.
And then the death ward brings him back, and I drop him.
Okay.
I think we know the alignment of that.
So basically, you break most of his face, including dislocating his jaw, and more or less kind of cave in one of his eyes, and he loses some of his front teeth, and they come out, and it's basically just kind of blood from that point forward, just kind of dripping out of his mouth down onto his armor and running down the red hand on the front.
Good.
Quick retroactive shout out. Neptune gifted 5 subs.
yeah, thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
And thank you,
Enjoy those
Ugluk
subs.
the Guthy, for donating 500 biddies.
Thank you for the biddies. We appreciate it.
Thank
Way
you.
to go. All right.
Biddies count towards monthly
That's how he wakes up.
right?
No.
No?
No, unfortunately, it's the native systems don't sync up
Just
very
wanted to
well.
play.
Yeah.
So then I squat down next to him, cross my arms. We can do it again. And I kind of just jab a thumb into the broken eye.
Yeah, he yells out in pain. Like he squirms and squeals underneath it. But like nothing can come out. His like jaw is dislocated. He can't talk.
All right, fine. But he tries to speak.
like it kind of gurgles and some more blood comes out, and he seems like he's having a hard time breathing.
Tongues translates it.
Yeah.
Well, it's gurgled.
It translates into lots of pain.
I'll let you speak, but only if I know you will. Nod.
It's intimidating, man.
Make an intimidation check
Oh, dude.
with advantage.
Erie's just like gaping at this and constantly looks up at Conrad.
Even Conrad's kind of like, I just intended to put
Our
the clear.
cleric's a little unhinged.
I was like, honestly, I'm like,
That's a 19.
A 19? Okay. He nods.
Like vicious.
I smack his face with,
oh my god.
with a cure wounds.
Okay.
I'm sure he's a cleric.
Yeah.
Not a cleric of Paracord.
I'm a cleric of war.
You're a
And
cleric of fucking an asshole.
I was nice to you.
So it hinges his jaw together, and most of the swelling and blood kind of dissipates.
But I leave the eye.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then my hand slides back to the eye and starts to press again. More.
What do you want to know?
He's had a rough week, everybody.
Where's the camp?
You found the camp.
How much further from the gate? And I press a little more.
It's right on the other side of the gate.
How many?
12.
What's your purpose here?
To guard the other camp.
Not yours, you idiot. And I press.
To guard
You
the
asked
other
me what camp. You asked me about my camp.
Tell me why this army is here.
At that, I walk up and I just put my hand on his chest and I'm like, enough.
I push you off.
Yeah.
He's talking. Get away. Why is this army here?
We're here to invade.
I lift him and press him to the wall again. Who is your leader? If he lies to me, I'll know. This is the point of this question.
I don't know his name.
You're a liar. I press.
He has his own truth on. He can't lie.
No, that's true. That's
Yeah.
I press anyway.
You might not know how the spell works.
Yeah.
So I pull out my thumb and kind of flick off the blood. I get really close and the fire starts to come out. Invade where? Where does it start?
The Empire.
Where's the banner?
What banner?
A black banner. Anyone. The
In the
nearest
war
one.
camp.
Where's the war camp?
On the other side of the ravine, in the valley.
How many are in the war camp?
Kenku, you said you saw some of the camp? Draw it.
Like, he didn't see any of that. He only saw the camp that's right there at the outpost.
So I start drawing the outpost.
Yeah.
Is there a banner there?
No.
What other questions do we have? He's pliable.
How many are in the war camp?
5,000.
Oh, jeez.
Those poor bastards.
But not Parathor.
Who is funding this?
I don't know.
Who does know?
Maybe the leader of our mercenary unit
Where'd he be?
at the war camp.
Fair enough.
Which one?
Fair enough. Is there anyone else coming besides the initial war camp?
What do you mean?
Are you expecting reinforcements on top of the initial 5,000?
I don't know.
What's in the cave? Further up.
Supplies.
How many are in it?
Nobody.
Just wards then?
No wargs in our camp. What do you think we are, goblins?
No, inside the cave ahead of you.
What cave ahead of us?
Never mind then, we don't know.
Giant's leaving.
It's down like.
Oh, down the mountain.
The goblins?
Yeah,
What about them?
just the goblin. They're a separate party then. How many goblins?
Where? Here? In the war camp?
Here, down below.
Think a dozen?
Right.
Shit guards.
They sure are.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Well,
honest.
don't worry.
That's a valid statement on that.
You
one.
did a hell of a job.
You sure did.
Oh shit! Cutting words. Give it to her.
She's not a bard, it doesn't count.
She may as well be. Oh damn!
He uses fire breath because that burnt.
Jesus.
I thought the fire at the mansion was bad.
I ain't got no
What do you
more-
want? Your efforts here are useless.
Yeah, that's fine. In the war camp, are there walls set up?
Of course.
How long?
Long enough.
How tall?
Tall enough.
That's fine. Any siege equipment?
Yes.
Ballistas?
Dragons. Until next Friday. We hope that your week is awesome as our Friday night was. So we will see you next Friday. So bye everybody.
Have a good weekend. Bye.
Good night,
Have a
everyone.
great weekend.
Be legendary.
Be legendary.
Do it!
Or else.